U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship. This is the Masters division. Andrew, I have no idea. What year is this? They all kind of run into each other after a certain while. It's like...
Well, I believe we're on year 5.
This is our 5th year?
Started back in, no, Stu. It may actually be year 6. I think we started in 2020, right?
If you can't keep up, you're the statistician. If you can't keep up, I can't keep up. We have about 8 seconds to go before we begin our next match. We had a play-in for the first open position for the singles.
Yes,
and with that, we're ready to go.
Yes, Stu, playing the singles bracket here first. It is a full 32-person bracket here. We'll be playing every first-round matchup in singles, at which point we will go back over to the doubles bracket. Petrus versus Joey Petrus with the serve. Forehand up the middle. Robote kind of dying off the back wall and scoring. Petrus on the board with a point. He'll serve. That is an overserve. Loss of point. Joey gets on the board with 1. Petrus from the left side keeps it along the wall. Here's the rebote. It's a nice save by Joey. Petrus advances. He's got it at the 4 line. Drop shot. Not droppy enough. Look at Joey. Oh, no. He got it.
The
but
overhead
kicked up
screen.
in the overhead screen. That is out of play. Well played, Petrus. It's his 2nd point in the serve.
That's it, Andrew. You get all the way up there. That was a great, I mean, he charged it down beautifully. Got there. And then overhead screen came back and caught him.
The drop shot is a popular shot, Stu, on these days. And so far, hey, it's been about 50%, though. These guys are tracking them down.
Well, there's this whole concept of, though, if you're going to make me run that far, I really need to do something with it. And sometimes you just need, just get it and send it back. Petrus leads by 2.
Well, that's an overserve, though. Flew past the 7 line. 2nd point for Joey. He'll serve.
They're all tied up. See, I gave the wrong score because you have the score over there. I have to look at Andrew's console, folks, for those of you who normally think I know what's going on. I really don't.
Is the board up? Do I have to do anything with Robote? That one hooked, coming up short. Petrus retakes the lead, 3-2.
Again, Petrus seems to be following just this policy of just catch one more than your opponent.
And really doing a nice job of passing early in these points, too, which is setting him up. That's an overserve. 3rd point for Joey. Knotted up at 3-3.
Happens quick. I understand the concept of wanting to serve hard, but it's more important to get between the 4 and 7 line. That's whether you're playing this Masters division or like we'll see with the professionals tomorrow.
High bouncing serve. Here's Petrus from the left side. Keeps this one a little bit lower. Scoop missed. Trading points here. 4-3 lead for Petrus.
These games tend to go quick. Again, 1st to 6 will win, and there's only about a minute and a half between matches.
That's a good serve there, kicking off the sidewall. Stuffed on the left side of Joey, low runner. Beautiful catch by Petrus. Low runner again. Scoop, just missed.
Yes.
5 points and a possible match point here for Petrus.
See, I knew Andrew would get it. You had the scoreboard in your back pocket. You didn't tell anybody. He was like fumbling for his wallet back here.
8 points.
It's like he was keeping score, but I didn't see it. Good for you.
High, hard backhand, wall to wall, into the Chula to score. Perfect throw there by Joey. Keeps the match going. His 4th point.
So for those of you who follow Jai-Alai, people have been screaming Chula now for about 100 years here in the United States, but we see them very rarely here at Magic City. We saw one there.
Petras stops it on the left side. Nice backhand again. He's going to let it pass. Rabote, not there. Point and match to Petras, winning 6-4 over Joey. So with that, our first player advancing into the round of 16, Petras, defeating Joey there 6-4. Petras with a nice run in last year's singles tournament, going all the way to the quarterfinals. Looking to repeat that and maybe even a little bit more this year. Coming up next, Machina 43 will take on Igor. Just about a minute away, Stu.
Just about a minute away. Once again, reminding folks that you're washing. No, unless you're washing something at home. But
well,
they
could be.
But if you throw a T in there, you get watching. You are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship, the annual event here at Magic City. This is the Masters division. Professionals for World Supercourt will be here tomorrow and Sunday. Singles division, we're going to run through all the singles. There's so many here I don't even want to look, but you know, there's plenty here. We're going to run through all the singles, then move on to double. Oh, there we go. There,
yeah, 32 names, so we have 16
I need reading glasses
matches
to look at the TV screen. That's how many people there are. With about 20 seconds left to go, it's like, hey, that's not a lot of practice. It's like, we got a lot of guys. Sorry, guys.
And we always look to add a little something to the broadcast every year. So I've been told that if I want to say, let's look at the top left part of this bracket here, they'll be able to do that specifically.
You'll get nothing and like it is what you'll...
That's how they feel. Look at that, Stu.
Thank you, Andres.
Andres, they told us about that, and look at that. Beautifully done there. That's the top left part of the bracket. We'll be moving down the left side of the bracket, then we'll move over to the right side of the bracket, go top to bottom there, and then we'll move over to doubles, where we'll begin. Stu, match number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 of the singles division. Serving is Machina 43 and receiving Igor.
2 players that competed in last year's singles tournament, both with early exits in the first round.
Machina 43, many remember as Ulysses at Dania, one of the nicest Jai-Alai players to ever play the game. Here's the serve. We begin. Igor, backhand, 2 pass. Rabote left side. Igor at the 8 line. That's a nice reach. Good catch. Machina's there, midcourt. Karam, 2 score. That's well played by Machina. He is on the board first. Once again, these matches played to 6 straight points. Only 1 serve allowed. Machina serves.
I mean, just think about the quality of play that we're seeing now compared to the first couple of years. Guys are throwing shots consistently. They're used to this court, and it's showing now.
And these are amateurs.
Really good play so far.
Andrew, weren't you supposed to be in this? Outside placement.
Oh,
stopped by Machina. Machina with tremendous control gets the ball to the outside. Igor's there. Ball tipped. Well played by both players. That's the second point for Machina. He has the serve. Yeah, Machina got the point, but they both played beautifully there.
I mean, great catch on the outside. Tried to go for, I think, was that high bounce Karam there from the outside? Would have been special.
I mean, if you don't play here every day, this is a tough,
look at this.
Yeah, nice scoop, good control, stays clear of the, I mean, he just did that beautifully.
So watching a little bit of Manny.
Here's a backhand by Igor. Machina advances, backhand, hard to the inside. Igor from the 8 line. Forehand by Machina, over the top. Pika, Rabote. Rabote's up. That hit the overhead screen, which is out of play. Third point for Machina. Machina has the serve.
I mean, really good right side on Machina, putting it pretty close to the sidewall. And that one with a little bit of a bigger bounce, too, made the catch coming at him a little difficult. And then the Rabote not there for Igor when it hit off the back wall. It's been a really good showing for Machina. And, I mean, if he keeps playing like this, I mean, and it's only match 2, Stu, but, I mean, looks like an early contender.
There's the backhand by Igor. Machina's there. Forehand. This one taken on the forehand of Igor. Scoop by Machina. That was thrown at his feet. Scooped it up. Rabote. That just missed. Good effort by Igor. That ball touched the overhead screen, which is out of play. 4 points for Machina. 43. He serves.
And look, I mean, let's be honest, Igor not playing a bad match at all. I mean, Machina has just been everywhere, making tough catches like that, throwing a couple shots, and It's led to a 4-0 lead here early on. Big bouncing serve.
Here's the backhand. Robote, left side. Karam.
Look at him. Oh, he's
Makina's there. He read it. Forehand. Hard to the inside. Will pass and score. Well played. 5 points for a Makina. 43. Possible match point.
I mean, everything you want to see. He's reading the ball well. He's moving to the ball well. It's been perfect position in the shots. I mean, to cap it all off, working well. 5-0. Looking for a clean match here.
Igor on the backhand. Hard to the inside. Robote forehand by Makina. Clears the overhead screen. Igor looking for a bote. Puts it over Makina's head safely. Makina from the 3-line. Hard to the inside. Off the cestic goes. That is point and a perfect match for Makina. 43.
And with one of the better first-round performances that I can remember here in this national tournament. Flawless play, didn't make any mistakes, and I mean, really the aggressor in a lot of those points too. So congratulations, Makina 43, moving on to the round of 16. So as we move our way down the left side of the bracket here, Mickey, Mo, and Lhasa going at it in just about a minute. Tevin, one of our finalists from last year, will take on Alex. That match coming up next. But first, Mickey, Mo, and Lhasa. Both of these players with U.S. National Jai-Alai Tournament experience. Mickey Mo advancing all the way to the quarterfinals last year in singles. He's had some double success as well that actually led to the nickname Mickey Mo. For those of you that don't know, I believe Mickey Mo made his debut, it had to be in the 2021 or 2022 tournament. His name is actually Mikey Mo, but we kept pronouncing it incorrectly. He had so much success in that tournament that he said, you know what? Now I'm Mickey Mo. And he's stuck with it ever since. So great to see. We love his spirit and love his energy. And let's see what he's got going out this year, taking on Lhasa in singles. Mickey Mo will serve to Lhasa. There's a serve. We begin. Lhasa, backhand along the wall. Dropped by Mickey Mo there. First point for Lhasa.
Got to focus on the catch. Laser-like focus on those balls. Mickey Mo more than capable of making those catches. Lhasa, of course, a previous U.S. national champion here at Magic City.
Forehand to the outside. Lhasa's right there. Makes the catch. Karam. Oh, that's low. That caught the pad.
Go ahead, say it, Andrew. The pad is bad. On Friday nights, they sometimes chant that, which is kind of amusing. Because for the record, I did not come up with it.
You know, it's one thing if it's a player and I say it, but it's another thing to say it to a guy who's paying to be here. It feels wrong. You know, it feels wrong.
Andrew, with that Midwest sensibility of his. The pad is
reasonable
bad. Get off the court.
The summer. Backhand by Lhasa. That got away from him. That kicks up in the overhead screen. 2 in a row for Mickey Mo. He'll serve.
Yeah, we know that Lhasa is more than capable of coming back here again. Went for that. Karam didn't work out for him. That backhand took off, hit the overhead screen. Got to keep that in mind. Lhasa, of course, from a long line of Jai-Alai players.
Scoop missed. Robote not there. Lhasa with a quick point ties it up at 2.
Just like that, it's 2-2. I mean, you were in the Midwest long enough this summer to get those sensibilities back. I mean,
It's amazing.
in Miami, you're brutal.
Nature versus nurture.
Everybody always says I'm the tough one, but it's like, overserve.
All right, that is an overserve. Flying past the 7 line. 3 points for Mickey Mo.
Alasa more than capable of doing well here. He just needs to reel it in a bit.
Also winds up the forehand, plays it up the middle. Mickey Mo gonna let it pass. Rabote hooked. That comes up short. Trading points here. It's 3-3. Lassa serves.
Oftentimes, once you see that stutter step, with anyone who's got familiarity with the court, it's like, do I move forward? Do I move back? I'm not exactly sure where the ball's going. In that case, fell a little short on him.
Catch there by Mickey Mo on the left side. He sends it deep. Lassa, forehand Rabote, played back up the middle. Mickey Mo reaching, will not get to it. Lassa with a 4-3 lead.
Lassa doing a good job of keeping himself in there. Either player, both 3 points away.
Keeps his backhand a little lower, leads to a tough scoop, but Lassa's got it. Big backhand again, Rabote left side, Mickey Mo drops it above the pad. Lassa moving in, dropped it on the right side. 4-4 is the score. Mickey Mo serves.
Hey, you got the first one of the season. Very good.
Yeah, that one.
Are both brothers waving? Oh, okay, that's all right.
That's one
good.
we can get in.
All right, that's good. Usually they're up lounging with the bar service, and the folks listening won't get that. We'll explain it to you later. No, it's all right.
There's no service today?
No, there's not. Self-service.
That's a shame. Forehand back over the top. Mickey Mo right in front of his face, knocked it down. That's 5-4 Lassa and possible match point.
Lassa's well aware if he wants to advance, he needs to finish this off here. Mickey Mo's been doing a pretty good job of hanging in there.
Yeah, you knew Lassa was going to be tough. I mean, you mentioned he won this tournament in doubles competition,
yes,
but he hasn't really played a ton of singles, didn't compete last year. Definitely one of the contenders. If he can win this point, one of these next two.
That's a good backhand.
Backhand into the corner. Forehand Rabote, a little too high. That is up in the overhead screen, so we are tied up at 5-5. This is match point. Mickey Mo serves.
You always love when they go to 5-5. Everybody's played their best. Made some mistakes in this case. Sue comes out on top and advances.
Lassa from the outside, forehand over the top. Mickey Mo looking for it. He's got this one. Comes back over the top with the quick release. Lassa waiting for it on the left side. It's a nice backhand clearing the screen. Rabote saved again. Lassa's got it the middle of the court at the 5 line. Looking to pass again with the right side. Mickey Mo running back for it, slaps it up there. Lassa, this forehand, elevates it again. Mickey Mo with a chance. In position at the 11 line and saves another Rabote. Lassa crossed up. And Mickey Mo will advance to the next round. He wins it 6-5. You see the reaction there, Stu. I mean, he was working hard on that last point.
No question about it.
A few Rabote saves in a row. And Mickey Mo advancing into the next round.
So, moving along nicely here in the first. What are these things? I know it's a bracket, but what is it called, like, technically? What part of the bracket are we in? The first yuck.
The top left part of the bracket?
Oh, that's literally what we call it. Okay,
first quadrant.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a way to.
There's nothing in,
See, we have Petrus, Makina 43, and Mickey Mo. Tevin and Alex are up next to complete that quadrant. Now, this would be an amazing upset if Alex is able to pull it off. Alex, of course, one of the nicest guys. Again, never played professionally, if I'm not mistaken. Only played amateur, but always very enthusiastic about this tournament. First to say, hey, when are the practices? That's the first email I get to remind me that I have to send a message out about practice times. And, of course, he's going up against who? Tevin.
That's Tevin, a veteran here in the sport. You've seen him playing at Frontons to the north here in Miami. But last year in this tournament, made it all the way to the finals where he met Gravedigger. That was a tough loss there, so looking to get back to that championship and potentially win it for the first time. As you said, Stu, Alex will have his hands full here, but that's why they play the game, ready to go with our fourth match and finish up this top left quadrant of the bracket.
Tevin serves. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin our next match. Tevin has the serve. Here's the serve. We begin with an overserve. Ball must land between the 4 and 7 line. Alex will get the first point of this match.
No, rare miss there for Tevin. I mean, just got to keep the ball in play with his skills, but see what Alex can do with that.
Tevin on the backhand, low and hard, right to the corner, out to the rebote. Fine effort by Alex. That did touch the overhead screen before the front wall, which is out of play. That's a point for Tevin. We're tied up 1-1. Alex did a good job of getting that ball into his basket. Just the rest of the path was a bit of a problem.
I mean, it's tough to react to those rebotes in time. I mean, the way that Tevin throws the ball compared to what Alex is used to playing off these rebotes, I mean, you can imagine that some are going to escape and go a little bit higher than he would like. Tough catch.
It's a fine catch by Alex. Here's Tevin. Backhand from the 8. Right to the corner. Rebote forehand save again by Alex. Here's Tevin at the 8 line. Tevin from the forehand. Hard throw. Rebote again. Alex is there. He keeps it alive. Drop shot. Tevin's on it. Dos Paredes with the soft touch will score. Tevin, that didn't hit you, did it? I can't see from back here. No, that was a clear miss, right? All right, just checking, just checking.
Well, the soft touch really the key here. I mean, doesn't really open the way that Tevin would like, but you see where Alex is starting. I mean, he's all the way back there at the 10 line. And
Alex is doing a good job of hanging in there. I mean, I got to give him credit. There's tip ball at the sidewall. Point for Tevin. Tevin advances 3 points. Alex with 1. Tevin has a serve. As soon as you compliment anybody in highlight on a microphone, by definition.
It happens almost every day with us, but that was just a perfect serve there by Tevin. And right along the sidewall, Alex charged it before it crossed. Still missed it.
Ball goes over the top of Alex's cesta. That's 4 points for Tevin. He serves. Alex from the forehand. Hard to the inside. Tevin takes it on the bounce. Good catch. Rotate forehand to the outside. Out of play. 5 points for Tevin. This is possible. Match point.
Yeah, another rebote there for Alex. It just kind of came in on the hands a little bit. The only way for that ball to go is to the outside. I mean, just got to give yourself a little more time to run around it and get in position to save the rebote. That's tough against Tevin. 5-1. One more to close it out.
Alex makes the catch on the forehand. Sidearm Karen with a light touch. Tevin's on it. Tevin from the box sends it back. Rebote forehand. Hooked. Point and match to Tevin. He advances.
Tevin moving on to the round of 16. He'll face off against Mickey Mo. Peterson Machina 43 will play off in that other round of 16 matches. We'll move down the bracket here. The bottom left, we'll see Gino and Brody first, then Seminole King against Paul will follow. There's that bottom left part of the bracket with Gino and Brody.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship, the Masters Division, live from the Magic City Jai-Alai Fronton in Miami, Florida.
Yeah, just getting started with the highlight today. We have a full 32-person singles bracket and an almost full 32-team doubles bracket that will follow this. So we'll be playing up to either the semifinals or the finals. We'll get you that information as it, as we learn it. But we're playing a lot of highlights, too, nonetheless.
You can't screw it up because it's done on the fly.
Yeah.
So there are no mistakes, Andrew.
We will let you guys know.
Now, when we get to Battle Court, which begins next week, on Tuesday.
Mistakes.
No.
You got to get them all out now.
Very professional. Very professional. In fact, I heard we're getting new chairs. with very straight backs. Not a lot of cushioning.
They didn't come in yet. I can tell. Yeah.
Gino serves.
There's the serve by Gino. We begin. Tough catch there by Brody. Ripped it off the wall. Gino letting him pass. Saves Robote. Brody attacking. Up at the 6 line. Forehand high. Oh, and that kicked up in the overhead screen. Gino steps out ahead first in our next match.
A little too high. We always see Gino, for the most part, advancing. Brody as well. I mean, this is a really good matchup. Gino has this habit of just hanging in there and grabbing balls coming off of the back wall and the front wall. Brody with a rare miss.
Powerful serve by Gino, missed on the left side of Brody. That's 2 quick points. Yeah, last year, Gino didn't participate here in singles, but again, another player in doubles who's always a factor and always makes a deep run. Brody last year won 1 match in singles, made it to the round of 16, but he's looking for some redemption here as well. Catch.
Ooh.
And a drop in the middle of the court by Gino. Came right to the forehand. That's going to get Brody on the board with his first point.
Brody had some power behind that ball on the right side. Gino's been making some fine catches. That one right in and out of his cesta.
Gino with the forehand. Comes over the top to the inside. Good stop by Brody. Keeps his forehand low. Gino steps up at the 7. Outside placement. Not outside enough. Brody. Forehand elevates it. Clears the overhead screen. That's a long run for Gino.
Good effort.
And he missed it. Great effort, but a second point for Brody. That ties it up 2-2.
Camaraderie between amateur players is fantastic. Brody, of course, representing St. Pete, unofficially, here in Florida. Gino, a mainstay of the Connecticut amateur roster. Gino went down pretty hard there.
Oh, Gino looking for the picata, big bounce. Brody catches it up high on the right side. Gino, quick bounce catch, forehand, drops it just above the pad, and it will score. Cortada makes it 3-2.
Not a lot of daylight between that ball and the pad. That's what you want with a cortada. You want cortadas right. You want cortadas right above the pad. That's exactly what Gino did there. Very well done.
Brody steps in on the right side, forehand, crossing the wall. Oh, that was well placed and scoring. 3-3, Brody serves.
One thing both these guys know is the side wall is your friend. Get that ball close to the side wall. Good things can happen as it crosses.
Gino outside placement.
Oh, got him.
That will score.
What a shot.
What a time to throw it from the inside. Gino leading 4-3.
That's a beautiful shot by Gino. I mean, just so well done.
Well, look at this fake, too. I mean, Brody was opened up to the sidewall here. Took about 3 steps inside and then slipped a bit, too. And no chance to get out there. Tough catch there by Brody back at the 12. Backhand dropped. Gino just took his eye off it. 4-4 is the score. Brody will serve.
You saw it as well. Yeah. If I may.
No.
Sorry, I interrupted the 4-4 broski thing that goes on back here. But
it's all right. You already ruined it.
Among the 30 and younger crowd. But, yeah, no, taking the eye off the ball. We can sometimes see it back here, but that was the case there.
Serve right along the wall. Gino gets it. Backhand pass. Brody sets up for the rebote. Saves it to the inside. Gino reaching up high. Makes the stop. Forehand sticks along the wall. Long run for Brody. Rebote save on a knee. Gino again. Steps in front of it. Outside placement again. That one scores. Outside placement working for Gino. That's 5 points and a possible match point.
He went to it twice. You know, there was this great outside placement video circulating recently. Put up, of course, by superfan and amateur player Jesus Oliveira of big forehand outside placements. I wonder if Gino watched that.
outside serve for the win. He got it. Point, set, and match. Not a set, but that was exciting.
You may as well say set because that was beautiful. That was a perfect outside serve.
6-4. Gino wins it over Brody. That was like we're in mid-season, Stu, with a serve like that. My, oh my, Gino. And he knew it right away, pointing to, I don't know, did someone in the crowd tell him to go for the outside serve? That point would make you think so. Gino firing up as he's walking off, advancing into the round of 16. Up next, we've got Seminole King against Paul. Seminole King and Paul in our next singles match here as we're working our way down the bottom left part of the bracket. Paul we've seen before in this tournament, played in singles last year, lost in the first round. Seminole King, Stu, it's a new name. Is this a new face for us as well?
I'm not exactly sure. I do know that Paul, of course, is one of the Patty brothers. So that includes Wayne and Dennis, all excellent players. I would have to admit, I would like to see Wayne or Dennis enter this next year, you know, but...
Oh, yeah, we saw Paul last year.
We ran out of time to talk about that.
Well, let's get going here with our next singles match. Seminole King will be serving to Paul.
Wait for the judges. Sorry, judges need to be in place.
As I say, Seminole King, he's ready to go.
Seminole King serves, we begin. Ball comes in low, Paul makes the catch, here's the backhand. Ball tipped, first point for Paul. Paul has the serve, first to 6 points. Will win the match. Seminole King on the backhand to the inside. Paul's there. Paul on the backhand, it passes. Robote. Just off the tip of the cesta. That is a second point for Paul. He has the serve.
Yeah, reading these rebotes off the back wall here can be a little bit tricky. We saw Alex not get out far enough, and then we see here with Seminole King, he's out a little bit too far when it kind of died off the back wall.
Seminole King over the top, high and hard to the front wall. Picada stopped on the forehand of Paul. Paul, drop shot, takes off, one bounce. Got the second bounce and scores. That is 3 points for Paul. He has the serve.
The long drop shot, too. That was back at about the 10 line. And just got to make sure you get it in, and then contact with the sidewall really helps kill a lot of the speed.
That's one thing that I'm obviously not suggesting it's genetics, but as far as, you know, all three brothers, Dennis, Paul, and Wayne, smart players. I mean, smart players. Forehand to the inside. That one gets by Paul on the inside and scores. Seminole King is on the board with a point.
Yeah, really good forehand there by Seminole King. He elevated it, able to cross the sidewall, and you see how uncomfortable Paul was as that ball was coming into him, backing up and couldn't make the play.
Excellent serve by Seminole King. Backhand. Passes to the rebote. That rebote not coming out. That's a point for Paul. Paul with 4, Seminole King with 1. Paul has the serve.
And again, same mistake we saw a little earlier. Rebote coming in. That's the rebound off the back wall. And Seminole King just out about a line too far to try to make that save. Just not in the right position. See if he could adjust here.
Powerful forehand by Seminole King. That will score. Comes in, crosses the sidewall. Seminole King now with 2 points. Paul with 4. Seminole King has the serve.
Yeah, Paul was moving up on that ball, but it crossed the sidewall, dropped a little bit lower, and he left himself a very difficult scoop.
Excellent serve by Seminole King will score. That ball crosses the sidewall behind the 11 line. Very well done. Seminole King with another point. 3 points. It's Paul's 4.
And you mentioned it, Stu. I mean, that crossed the sidewall very deep, high on the left side of Paul, and that's a tough catch to bring in.
Low hard serve. This one stopped by Paul. Paul, fine. There on the left side. Rebote forehand. Cleared the overhead screen, stays in play. Dropping, Paul's there. Paul with the drop shot. A bit high, Seminole King advances, keeps it on the left, flips it back, but that hit the overhead screen. Great effort. Paul now has 5 points and a possible match point.
And I can imagine, based on how the ball reacted out of the cesta and how quickly he released it, that he didn't have full control. Tried to get it off
Just get it
quickly.
up to the front wall as quick as possible, you're right.
Just caught a piece of that rail. Also out of play.
Point and match to Paul. Paul advances.
Well, Paul looking to make a little bit of a run this year, advancing past the first round. He'll match up with Gino
Adam and Butler are
in
on
round
deck.
2.
Adam and Butler are on deck.
And again, coming up next, we have Ant versus Rastock. And, I mean, arguably...
Ant's always made a great showing every time he's been out here.
I was going to say, I mean, arguably the best match out here in the first round. 2 players that both advanced to the round of 16 or further. Ant last year made it to the semifinals, and Rastock advancing to the round of 16. 2 veterans in this competition, 2 guys that have some of the best skills out here. So strap in for what should be one of the best matches in this opening round. And with that run last year, he ran into Tevin in one of those semifinals, and the way that Tevin was playing last year, it was tough to beat him.
It's always tough to beat Tevin.
Yeah, and again, Rastock, known for those shots, though.
Oh, that quick flip, saw it in the practice yesterday.
Yeah, very tricky up there in both singles and doubles. See what he's got here in singles. Ant will serve.
Ant serves. It's you, Red. That sounds a little like the old days. Come on, Andrew. We need the fresh Andrew. You can't be over with that quickly. You haven't been here long.
There's the serve. We begin. Backhand dropping inside. Ant gets there in the air. Ooh, drop shot. Not droppy enough. Rastock, that one that'll score.
One of the things that we've talked about here at Magic City with our own players playing professionally is that if you can incorporate that side wall into your drop shot, when your opponent's moving up on it, makes it that much more complicated. That second serve just takes a little bit more off of it. Very well done by Rostock.
And look, Ant was moving up on the ball,
absolutely.
too. I mean, these 2 can read the ball very well. They have more court experience than just about anybody, so this is going to be a well-played match. Robote, saved by Rastock. Tough one as he crashed into the side wall and up at the 5 line. Forehand, right back to him. Rastock makes the catch. Drop shot.
Okay.
Just caught the top of the pad. Any part of that pad is bad, though. 1-1.
And with Rostock, you could say that, and he doesn't mind because he knows. He's changing things up at the 9 line and throwing the drop. I mean, that is his shot, just not from that particular place on the court. And he's been throwing that since, I don't know, 1987, 1986, something like that. I was 17 back then, Andrew. Believe it or not.
No.
Andrew doesn't believe it.
No.
He thinks I was born at 40.
I'll need photographic evidence. That's a well-played backhand miss by Ant along the wall. Rastock takes the lead 2-1.
It's a very evenly matched pairing here. I mean, Rostock, maybe you'd give the nod to, but Ant always in there, always in there. Every year that he's been out here.
And from deep in the backcourt, looking to pass, and he does. Rastock looks for the rebote, saves it to the inside. Ant now, up at the 7, sends it high and deep. Another rebote, long one. Rastock plays it along the wall. It's
Tough
dropping and scoring. 3-1. Rastock leads.
Don't know if Rostock changed that up a little bit on the forehand rebote, just with a little bit of a lighter touch. Ant was in place, but it just dropped in front of him.
Ant forehand now. Looking to drop it low, but it kicked up to Rastock. Quick hit into the drop shot. Ant takes off. He gets there before the second bounce. Sends it to pass. This one over Rastock's head. Long run. He'll get there, but it comes up short. Second point for Ant.
Do have to second guess that by, I mean, this is me personally, by Rostock. I don't believe he was trying to throw a shot. It was a difficult ball to get to, but he's more than capable of making that rebote. Don't know if he was just trying to drop the rebote above the pad, which would be particularly bold. Save it and then throw a shot from the 12 line, but he's not a particularly showy player. Just does everything well.
Rastock keeps this one inside. Catch by Ant. Outside placement attempt. Not outside enough. Rastock faked the carom, put it back inside, and it scores.
That's what Rostock does. If you go back and you look at that, you'll see his positioning on that. He had an eye on Ant basically out of his periphery, and put the ball right between he and his opponent. Just beautifully done.
And backhand 2-wall maybe. Catch by Rastock in the middle of the court. Comes back and drops it up above his head. That's 5 points and a possible match point here for Rastock.
Rostock, with a couple mistakes, is still in a position to advance. Just great ball control.
On a tough catch there, right along the wall. Low runner picked off in the air. There's a drop shot. It's in, and that scores.
You knew he was going to throw one that
win. Point set. Not set. Point and match to Rastock. 6-2, defeating Ant. We'll get it eventually, Stu. Point match. It's okay. It's okay. It's reflexive. It is one of those things. You say it all now. It is reflexive.
Absolutely, it's reflexive. Oh, no, there's stuff you'll announce that it's just like, look at there. There's one last look. You know Rostock's going to throw at least one that scores.
Yeah, and there's the
and unfortunately it was on Ant. And we're getting ready to finish off, if I'm not mistaken, the left side, bottom left corner of the bracket.
Yeah,
moving right along here for the singles tournament in the Masters division.
Adam and Butler.
And Butler, interesting family chronology here. Some people remember that name Butler going back many years to Butler's father, but also Chucky Butler, who played, of course, at Miami Highline. You saw him playing, and you can see him on YouTube in some Mexico City videos. Yeah. A lanky, powerful, excellent American backcourter. And, of course, the half-brother, none other than Daniel, arguably the best American backcourter ever to play Highline.
That's a name we certainly heard, Stu. That I said that's a name we certainly heard here.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. Well, someone said Butler, and I was like, that can't be Chucky. That can't be Chucky. It's like, no, it's the other brother. I was like, it's been so long since I had that concept of there being another brother that it was a little lost on me, but I got it.
Adam, a great friend of Jai-Alai, an active participant every year here in this national tournament. Lost in the first round last year, looking to advance. Adam will have the serve this time around. Adam rocking a custom U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship jersey, might we add, number 66, and then the year 2025 on the front. It's well done.
That ball tipped at the side wall. Adam will get the first point. He serves.
Really well placed serve there by Adam. High bouncer, crossing right along the side wall, makes the catch a little more difficult for the opponent. Gets him started with a point.
Here's the backhand by Butler. Butler will serve. There's a serve by Butler. Adam's there. Adam on the backhand. Quick release. Powerful backhand. Rebote to the outside. That scores. Butler gets the point and the serve.
Really nice rebote there by Butler. Maybe hooked it a little bit, but good form. And a little to the outside, worked to his advantage there, just out of reach of Adam. A 2-1 lead.
Good hard serve by Butler. Nice catch and return by Adam. And drops down and scores. Adam gets the point. We're all tied up. 2-2. Adam serves.
Yeah, what I noticed, generally so far today is that those low runners have had a little more success than the balls that are thrown higher. Again, you throw it high, you can play the rebote, the rebound off the back wall. You throw it low, you got to go for a scoop, and it's tough on this court.
That ball lands in and scores, drops. That's another point for Adam.
Yeah, it's kind of died off the front wall there. You got to listen as much as watch the ball on this court, too. And again, that one dying.
That ball dies as well and scores that. Point goes to Adam. Adam with 4 points. Butler with 2. Adam has a serve. Butler on the catch. Here's the backhand. Powerful to the inside. Adam. Good catch, quick return. Great catch by Butler. Rebote forehand off the tip of the cesta. That's a 3rd point for Butler. He now has a serve. Excellent catch. Quick return. That clears the overhead screen. Does not come out. To be played on the rebote. That is a 5th point for Adam. Butler with 3. That is possible game point for Adam.
Yeah, look at this catch right here as it crossed the side wall. Beautiful play. Nice backhand to get the point.
Tough one. Excellent catch by Butler off the side wall. Adam midcourt on the forehand, right up the middle. Butler attacks. Good catch. Hard throw. Scoop. Over the head of Butler it goes. Butler stays up there, makes the grab at the 5. Hard backhand will score to the inside. Beautifully played by Butler. Advancing and scoring. Still possible match point for Adam. Butler now with 4 points and the serve.
That was a great opportunity for Adam to close it out. A couple of tough catches right there. He had a Butler up in the front court, just couldn't get the ball past him and by him. Another chance here. Oh, it's a good serve.
It's the ace. Served up by Butler, which brings it to 5-5. This is match point.
Second 5-5 match already. It's been a competitive opening round.
Good catch by Adam. Low backhand. That ball is tipped. Went to the edge, and Adam gets it. Point and match to Adam. Well played by Adam and Butler.
Adam advancing into the round of 16 with that win. Hard fought back and forth there and coming down to the last point.
Look at that. We finished the left side of the bracket by 10:55 in 1 hour. Andrew, why are you yawning? Andrew was not yawning, for the record. I would not point out someone's personal business like that. Time to move on to the right side of the bracket, where we will see Chip and Ari. Chip, of course, coming to us from the west coast of Florida. Ari played Ocala Highlight, Fort Pierce Highlight, Miami Highlight, where Ari was known for what? Catching the ball bote corrido on the left side.
And a semifinalist was Ari last year in this national tournament. So looking to get back there, potentially win it for the first time. His first round matchup here against Chip. Another familiar face here in the national tournament. Chip lost last year in the first round, but again, another guy with great energy and great attitude towards the sport. Happy to have him back.
100%.
With a shot here to knock off Ari. See if he can do it.
Time. Judges? Chip serves. Yeah, the pace of play is fine. Chip serve.
There's a serve by Chip. We begin with an underserve. That came up short of the foreline. Ari gets the first point.
Call of the judges. Final. Chip may have learned something from one of the Magic City players, one of the Battle Court players.
Watching.
I mean, look. I think I have something on the wall about no verbal or non-verbal communication with the judge.
Well, that serve died off the front wall, and it will score. Yace makes it 2-0.
It's one of the unique features of the glass here at Magic City on that front wall. You have to watch and listen.
High bouncing serve. What a tough catch there by Chip up overhead. Big bounce. Ari attacks. He's got it at the 6. Sends it back inside. Tough scoop. That's missed.
Chip was in the right, if he steps forward, he catches it in the air. That one just kind of swung his cesta in position, trying to make the catch. It'll work sometimes, but just not that time.
Backhand fire just above the pad. Ari waiting for the middle of the court. A runner back to him along the wall. Perfectly thrown to score. Make it 4 in a row for Ari.
So Ari did have a choice to throw a 2-all there. Chip was pretty much well lined up on the inside, but there is some risk associated with throwing the 2-all.
Chip, long cortada. That drops into the pad. 5 points. It ain't possible. Match point.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets it in, good shot, But you get a pad as bad instead, which Andrew is reticent to give.
Only Rastock. It's only one. That's an overserve. First point for Chip. He'll serve.
There'll be no shutout. Chip's going to serve. Let's see what he does with the serve.
Serve is good. Ari from the outside. Forehand. Elevates it. Chip waiting for it. Makes the catch overhead.
That's a tough one.
Big bounce. Tough play.
That's a tough one.
Scores. 2 points for Chip.
So it looked like it was going to become a floater as it was coming off of the front wall, and then, turned into a floater. You got to go up and just grab it, run the risk of knocking it down. Oh!
Ari missed that serve. 3 in a row for Chip. Crawling back into this match.
Look, things can change very quickly here. Ari just needs to relax, get the ball in his cesta, and return it. That's it. Chip's done a good job here coming back. Good serve.
Ari low bullet inside. One-handed catch just missed by Chip. Point and match to Ari. He wins it 6-3.
Masters Division, the singles tournament continues in just about 41 seconds. We're on the right-hand side of our bracket. Andrew is having a laughing fit, which is, I haven't seen Andrew in 4 months, for those of you who are interested who tune in regularly. Yeah. We'll probably talk about that, and so...
Yeah, not this week, but next.
Yeah, exactly. Like next week when we have a little bit of time between these matches, I'm going to be asking you, how you doing? How was your summer? You look healthy. You feeling well?
Feeling great. I mean, what could be better? Get back into it. We got some highlights.
All right, that's reasonable.
This is just the beginning, though, Stu. As you know, tomorrow we'll have the World Super Court. We'll be crowning what we've heard the best doubles team in the world, maybe, in highlights, too.
Not maybe. That maybe was taken out in black ink. Had you noticed?
Is the best.
Is the. Period.
Wow. The best team. Well, Armenta versus Chewy. We'll get started here. Armenta will serve here. Just got to clarify who is serving.
There's the serve. We begin. Chewy, backhand from the 11. Scoop by Armenta. Well done. Drop shot into the corner and scoring. That's well executed by Armenta to start things off. Armenta with the first point and the serve. So that's bold. You know, he was on top of it to make this scoop, and sometimes you just want to make the scoop and get back to the front wall. Nope, scoop and a shot.
Combination, huh?
Yeah, very well done.
You had to have such great control to make that scoop and then be able to throw a drop shot. And he did it perfectly there.
You know, Armenta, big fan of the announcing at Magic City. Not everyone is, but he is. A hard serve will score for Armenta, crossing the sidewall and scoring 2 points. For Armenta, first to 6 points, will advance.
And one of the best dressed out here, and look at the way he's playing, Stu. You can't tell me that it doesn't have an impact.
Now, it definitely has an impact. Definitely has an impact. Very serious about this. He's partnered up with Ari in doubles. Used to be partnered up with Ari 20 years ago at another Fronton.
Yeah, not taking any chances this year.
Underserve, loss of point. Chewy gets the serve.
And right on cue. Talking all positive, and we get the underserve.
It's again the highlight announcer's curse. It's a nice backhand by Armenta. Good catch by Chewy. Armenta from the 9 line. Hard to the inside. Scoop by Chewy.
Good catch.
Rebote forehand by Armenta is in play. Chewy takes it on the forehand at the 6. Hard to the inside. Armenta sets. 2-wall.
Oh,
well thought out, landing wide. Point for Chewy. We're tied up 2-2. The desire is sometimes overwhelming. The desire is just sometimes overwhelming.
Yeah, he wanted that so badly. I'd say to him, look, you don't need to throw it that perfectly. You watch Magic City. These guys are moving quick. They're throwing it hard here in this Masters tournament.
Miss serve. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
that is a point for Armenta. Armenta with 3, Chewy with 2. Armenta has a serve.
Just to finish it off, you don't need to be a hero on these
100%.
shots. You just soft touch, hit the wall, and just get it in play.
Excellent catch by Chewy, pulling it off the wall. Rebote dropping.
Oh,
that scores. We're all tied up 3-3. Chewy serves.
Kind of died off the back wall there. Again, you got to listen out for the sound off the front and the back wall to tell if that ball's going to float, how it's going to come back out. You just can always learn something.
It's pretty unique to Magic City as far as that's concerned about listening, but it makes a big difference.
And he went down hard to try to make that save.
There's a backhand 2-wall, will land in and score. Armenta gets the point. That brings him to 4 points. Chewy with 3. Armenta serves. Yeah, not much doubt that that's intentional. It's like sometimes you want to know if they're throwing the backhand 2-wall. We certainly know when our guys are doing it. Chewy over the top. Armenta sets. That's a beautiful catch from the 7 line. He goes high. Rebote for Chewy. Rebote saved by Chewy. Armenta with the time. He's got it on the forehand. Hard from the right side. What a catch by Chewy to the outside. It's going. Armenta is 2. Rebote by Armenta. Goodness. It's a big 2-all Chewy. For the bounce. Stops it at the 9 line. Sends it deep.
He's there.
Rebote forehand by Armenta, right up the middle. Scoop attempt is missed. What a beautiful point played by Armenta and Chewy. Tremendous play by both players. Armenta gets the point. He has 5 points, possible match point.
Well, you can just tell Armenta feels comfortable on this court because he never panics here. I mean, look at this. He's not making any extra steps. He stops in position, makes a diving save, but this Rebote here is the key.
He missed the overhead screen.
Look at how he reads this one. Again, he's waiting in the middle of the court. He sends it high, doesn't take too many extra steps. He knows it's coming out. Beautiful Rebote. Tough catch. That one missed. And Chewy's been catching everything.
There's a backhand by Chewy. Rebote, high to the front wall, big bounce. Will score. Yeah. Point and match to Armenta. He advances.
And one of the best matches we've seen so far today, Armenta 6-3 over Chewy.
No question about it.
Great effort by both players, and you know, again, sometimes the draw doesn't work in your favor, and you know, certainly the case there for Chewy. The way he caught, the way he played, you know, get some other matchups. He could have advanced a little further, but That's the way it goes in Armenta. Moving on to face off against Ari. That'll be coming up a little bit later, though. We got Ty versus Petro, and then on deck we got Monty against TB Matt. So after we finish the singles round of 32, we will move over to the doubles round of 32 bracket. Almost a full round of 32. There are 28 of a possible 32 teams.
Well, it had to go that way because, you know, I don't know if you know, but we have a line in our contract that only permits us to announce a certain amount of matches. I don't know if you're familiar with that clause. Otherwise, we're paid an extra 54 cents an hour. And, you know.
So that's why we had that big plan at the beginning. Scott's like, I can't risk, you know.
Before we began, exactly.
About, what, 482?
We can't risk the overtime.
Yeah.
How much does a highlight player? How much does a highlight announcer make? None of your business. Enough for a Coke and an empanada. Who's announcing, me or you?
This will be me. Ty versus Petro coming up right now. Last year, Petro losing in the first round. Ty new did the singles bracket this year. Ty serves, we begin. Petro opens up with a backhand. Low runner inside, scoop missed. Quick first point to Petro.
Real good control by Petro. Nice catch and just put it back low and inside.
High bouncing serve taken before it crosses the wall. Lofts the backhand up, caught by Petro. Robote kind of dying.
Good effort.
Ty not going to get that one up to the front wall. That's 2 points for Petro.
Not sure if it would have had the distance had it not had that contact with the sag wall, but one way or the other, ball fell short. That's 2 points for Petro. Again, we're playing to 6 straight points. Okay.
Backhand up the middle, scoop by Petro. He goes deep. Ty looking for it off the back wall. Robote saved to the inside. Petro gonna get there. Coming cross court, but
Tip ball.
drops it.
Petro make those catches all day. Have to imagine that Petro had an idea of what he was going to do with that ball, which sometimes happens. You know, you think of the throw before the catch and you drop the ball. Very common at any level in highlight. Beautiful catch.
Low runner, again, that one missed. Coming up high on the left side of Ty. Petro makes it a 3-1 lead.
Can you do it in a minute and a half, or do you need 2 minutes? Okay.
Backhand to the inside, scooped up by Petro. Ty again letting that one pass, had a chance. The Robote not gonna make it. Petro serves, leading 4-1.
Petro doing what we've seen him do every year. Just get behind the ball, make the catch, throw it back.
Tough serve crossing the wall. Brought in by Ty. Backhand just clears the overhead screen.
That was a good catch and throw by Ty.
Robote left side. Ty with the reach. Forehand. That's a carom
that's
just
gonna be tough
above the pad, and it scores.
Doesn't have to be particularly hard. That worked well.
Ty with 2 points. Petro back at the 12 line, fires it inside. Juggling on the catch of Ty. That's 5 points and a possible match point for Petro. Crowd doesn't like it, but the first juggling call we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, that one was okay. So theoretically, if it stayed, never lost contact with the frame of the cest and rolled in, Paulo catch is good, but that one seemed to have bounced off, and that's it.
That serve ends it. 6-2. Petro wins.
Monty and TV Matt, it's your practice. So there we go. Petro able to finish it off. Some replays there. You are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship, the Masters Division. Here are everyone playing in this singles division. We completed the first half of the bracket. We're now up top right half of that bracket. We have Monty and TB Matt coming out in just a 1 minute tie. Pretty good showing there in that last one. Petro doing well, pretty much well every year. And not to forget, ladies and gentlemen, that World Super Court back tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. The best Jai-Alai players in the world will be here at Magic City. Had an opportunity to see some of the practices leading up to this. It will not disappoint. Every year it's gotten better, and just between the names that we have and the action on the court, representing the United States, the Philippines, France, Spain, the Basque Country. Tremendous Jai-Alai all weekend long here at Magic City. Once again, that begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. with all finals on Sunday at 12 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin our next match. This is between Monty and TB Matt. Monty has the serve. Excellent catch by TB Matt. There's the backhand. That touched the overhead screen, which is out of play. Hard backhand touched. Monty gets the point.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, really good catch there by TB Matt, and trying to send it deep to pass, but just catches the tiniest bit of that overhead screen, still out of play. And Monty knows, I mean, he's got some experience reffing out on this court. He was waiting for the whistle, and he was right on it.
And we haven't had like a quote-unquote Jai-Alai audience here in quite a while, and amateur Jai-Alai players by definition constitute a Jai-Alai audience. They're rough. Here's served by Monty.
But that definitely hit the screen.
TB goes to the outside. That lands in and scores. Well played by TB. We're all tied up at 1-1. TB has the serve. And Monty's such a professional. I mean, he takes everything he does so seriously. Both the judging that he's done here.
Love it there. Straight to the outside by TB Matt. He's going to be aggressive.
Monty makes the catch on the forehand. To the inside it goes. Robote left side. Great effort by TB Matt. That hits the overhead screen, which is out of play. Monty gets the point and the serve.
And you love the effort here by TB Matt. Again, he misses the catch and then
turns around.
Recognizes he's got a chance at the Robote. Again, just a bit high.
Under serve. Point goes to TB Matt.
Yeah, died off the front wall.
I don't think Monty was staring down the judge. That's the one he's had to work with previously. And judge is getting a little bit of grief here, but I mean, they're standing on the, they're staring at the line.
Staring at the wall on the line saying, well, why'd you do that to me?
Well, you underserved. Here's TB Matt on the serve. Over serve. Monty gets the point. Monty leads 3-2. He serves. Excellent catch by TB Matt. There's a backhand. Scoop by Monty is missed on the left side. TB Matt with a point. We're all tied up, 3-3.
And TB Matt looking strong so far. He's got a lot more power than most of the guys in this division. You see this one coming in low right at Monty's feet. Next to impossible to scoop that one up.
There's the backhand by Monty. That's a fine catch. Lays it up and scores. Monty gets the 4th point and the serve.
Yeah, coming right to TB Matt there. He was flat-footed as the ball was coming in, kind of died. And
got to move forward. Got to move forward. TB Matt moving up on the ball. Goes forward on the right side. That is in and out of the cesta. 5 points for Monty. Possible match point. That's
Serve.
a 5th point. That is 6 point, rather. That is point and set to Monty. Monty advances. Gravedigger and Fat Boy, this is your practice. I can't stand saying it.
Win there by Monty. He'll advance into the round of 16. Top right portion of the bracket now complete. Ari versus Armenta and Petra versus Monty. Moving down to the bottom right, final quadrant here in singles, at which point we'll move over to the round of 32 for doubles. Gravedigger versus Fat Boy coming up next. Gravedigger earning his way into this singles tournament this year. He won the playback round to begin the day. And if you remember, Gravedigger actually won this whole thing last year, so how about that? Last year's champion had to earn his way into this tournament via the playback, but he did so, and now with a chance to repeat. Always a fun first round matchup here against Fat Boy. Great friend of the program. He's always in the chat when we play those pelota games. Just a great friend, great attitude about the sport. And we'll see what he's got here this year against Gravedigger. Ready to begin our next match. There's a serve by Gravedigger. We begin. Fat Boy moving up on it. Forehand to the inside, right on the wall. That is perfectly thrown to score. Well placed by Fat Boy. He's on the board first.
He's getting better every year. Every year that Fat Boy has come out, and he's wearing a pelota jersey from Calder. I mean, that's.
I mean, that was perfect, though. I mean, cross the side wall, right where Gravedigger was standing. Couldn't have placed it any better. That's a tough scoop, and it's missed. Gravedigger with a quick point. He ties it up, 1-1.
Fat Boy was a little surprised that it clipped the sidewall. He was in position to make the scoop. It just got real stiff there right when you need to loosen up. Make sure your wrist is loose enough to let that ball bounce into the basket. Oh.
Ace. Makes it 2-1.
Like Fat Boy was just checking to make sure that ball was in, which of course it was. Actually have 3 referees on the court right now.
Backhand kicks up the middle. Gravedigger with the catch, 2-all, follows it, opens and scores. 3-1 lead for Gravedigger.
Gravedigger playing, he won last year and playing back into this tournament with that early victory when we started this morning. Doing well here. Fat Boy locked up on the inside. Good time to throw the 2-all.
Oh, it's a tough grab by Fat Boy. Comes back over the top. It's on the wall. Good catch by Gravedigger. He sends it deep, and it's missed. Leaping grab by Fat Boy. Tipped it. That's 4-1. Gravedigger serves.
Fat Boy did a good job of getting that ball back to the inside, but again, Gravedigger's got experience practicing on this court and showed there. Moved up to the ball, caught it.
Strong backhand there by Fat Boy. Comes shooting off the back wall. Tough save on the rebote by Gravedigger. Big bounce catch. Oh, kind of a carom, doesn't open up. Gravedigger from the left side, low runner. That's a tough scoop, and it scores. 5 points possible. Match point for Gravedigger.
I know the score doesn't reflect it, but if we want to take year after year after year, Fat Boy's played better than he's played the last couple years. And that's what you want to see. I mean, we get a chance to see him for a few minutes a year. Well, if you attended practices, you could see more of him. Sorry, that wasn't a shot.
But I'm telling you, but it is noticeable. I mean, the improvement, not just him, but a lot of the guys every year. Forehand back over the top. Good catch on the left side of Gravedigger. Backhand opens up to the middle of the court. Catch again in the middle of the court. Now Gravedigger, drop shot. Dropping in to score for the win. Point And match. Gravedigger wins it 6-1.
And again, some decidedly good play there by Fat Boy. Gravedigger just pulling it off like he does. He does consistently. That's just well done. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship 2025. This is the Masters Singles Division. Finishing up with the right side of our bracket. So by my count, without my reading glasses, which I'm just refusing to wear,
It's okay.
we have three more matches before we move on to double. Oh, there on the screen. Yeah, I can't see that either. No, I can't. That's it. Rigo, DiCarlo, Super Jules, King. Thank you. Andres is basically, can you see it now?
I said we can magnify it a little more.
That's, can you see it now? Oh, this is going to be a fun year, folks. This is going to be a fun year. We suggest you tune in as frequently as possible. World Super Court tomorrow, World Super Court on Sunday, and then Battle Court. I mean, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, 5 p.m., Fridays, 7 p.m., and if you're in town, come in. You can't hear how horribly they talk to me over the headset, but it's fun otherwise.
So the team always comes up with something in the off-season, Stu, and it usually gets broken out during Battle Court. I mean, this year we're getting these nice graphics here during the tournament. I can't wait to see what we're going to have coming up here when we begin Battle Court. Just this upcoming week, Stu. On Tuesday, we begin our regular season. We got the World Super Court coming up tomorrow and Sunday before that. And a lot of highlights still to play today.
Rigo serves, we begin. DiCarlo, good catch, backhand to the inside. Rigo from the 10 line. Powerful throw to the inside. That's a fine catch, backhand from the 9. Rebote, 2-all. Rigo moves to the outside. That's a good catch. Low and hard on the forehand, and that scores. Rigo will get the first point. Well played by both players.
And you could tell right away, I mean, the way that Rigo's playing this point, that he could be a factor in singles. DiCarlo's been one of the better players in this tournament, singles and doubles. And I mean, Rigo was just about everywhere and finished it off with a nice cortada, too.
Rebote forehand coming way out. DiCarlo will get that point. We're all tied up 1-1. DiCarlo serves.
Again, just kind of misread that Rebote, but first time out on this court, you can expect that.
There's a catch by Rigo. Rebote by DiCarlo up the middle. Rigo, tip ball there on the left side. DiCarlo will have the serve.
And DiCarlo very consistent. He's got great all-around skills. Rebote can catch. Solid serve, can do just about everything. And
here's the backhand by Rigo to the inside, on the wall the whole way. That's a beautiful scoop by DiCarlo. DiCarlo's backhand, a little too powerful. That took off and hit the overhead screen. Rigo gets the point. We're tied up 2-2.
And when you see a player make a difficult catch and then the next throw goes way up high in the overhead screen, it's usually a matter of control. They don't have full control of the ball in the basket. That's what happened to DiCarlo there to tie things up.
DiCarlo on the backhand, low hard to the inside. Rigo's there, good catch. Here's the backhand. Ball tipped. Rigo gets the point.
That one coming in really low, right at his feet. Kind of a tweener between a catch in the air and a scoop. Just dropped it.
Here's a backhand by DiCarlo. Rigo, great catch at the side wall. DiCarlo's there. Winding up with the costado, dropped it on the backswing. That is 4 points for Rigo. Rigo has a serve.
Impressive catch, and again, think about where he is on this court. It's right along the side wall. No fear of putting his foot up on it. Makes the catch.
And clean, too. I mean, he's getting rid of it quick. Rigo gets rid of the ball quick on the left side. Here's a backhand by DiCarlo. Rigo's there. Backhand from the 10. Scoop attempt is tipped by DiCarlo. That is 5 points for Rigo. This is possible match point.
Well, Rigo's doing a really good job of keeping the ball low. I mean, forcing the players to make the catch coming at them. We've seen...
And making excellent catches.
Again, the catching's been solid, but making life very difficult for DiCarlo, and that's a mighty overserve, though.
Overserve, point for DiCarlo. DiCarlo has 3, still possible for Rigo. Rigo on the catch, backhand from the 9, low to the inside, DiCarlo's there, backhand, wall to wall, Rebote, midcourt, Rigo, clip off the sidewall, DiCarlo's there, drop shot, will score. DiCarlo's still very much in it. That's 4 points for DiCarlo, Rigo has 5. Still possible match point for Rigo, DiCarlo has a serve.
I love the drop shot there. A little bit deeper in the backcourt to throw it, but still, you got to take the chance. And Rigo still a few lines away from that ball as it was taking its second bounce.
Rigo on the forehand, over the top. Oh, a carom comes out and scores for the win.
Wow.
Point and match for Rigo, winning it 6-4. He advances.
Well, debut singles match for Rigo. And what a way to end it. The carom blasted in to score. 6-4. Rigo over DiCarlo. Couple familiar names coming up next. Super Jules and King. And then Douglas the first versus Magic Mike. That'll follow to close out first round of singles.
I have to say, I'm impressed with Rigo. It's I can't. I'm sure I can place him, but I don't know where to. I don't know that he comes out of Connecticut. I don't know how.
I was going to. Are you familiar with?
I'm not.
No?
I'm not. But he's obviously played. He's obviously played amateur at a relatively high level for a while. Don't know if he did play professionally previously, but
I was going to say it's kind of like golf. It's like sometimes you can just watch and you just see a guy throw a ball and catch in the way you're like, all right, this guy's got it a little bit. I don't know where.
It was very funny last night. A couple of these
tell.
guys stayed after their practices, and the French practice for World Supercourt came out, and that ball was going about 1,030 miles an hour.
I can imagine.
And the guys were just saying, hey, I can go out there, not a problem. It's like, yeah, all right. You'll get killed.
Super Jules last year advanced to the round of 16. King did not participate in singles, but in doubles, both of these players have had success over the years, so should expect another good one here. Super Jules with the serve. As a serve by Super Jules, we begin. King keeps it inside. Catch by Super Jules. Ball runner inside. Tough scoop. King's got it. Rebote forehand by Super Jules. To pass, and it scores. Rebote not there for King. Super Jules steps out ahead. King from back of the 11 line, high and deep, looking to pass. He does. Super Jules on the rebote. Fall down save with a big bounce. King backs up. Dropped it on the left side. That's 2 in a row for Super Jules.
Super Jules got back up in time, but King just missed that. You know, King very rarely misses catches on either side. Rare miss by King there. Keep Super Jules in it.
That's a point for King. He's on the board. Forehand to the inside. Super Jules out of the way, and it scores. 3-1.
with his hands up, it was kind of an indication, hey, I might be in the way, but I'm trying to get out of the way. But also, couldn't see if he was using jazz hands or not. I thought I saw jazz hands.
King from the 10 line keeps this one low, opens up to the middle of the court, and that's dropped. 2 for King. He'll serve. Super Jules opens up with the big left side, dropping low, caught in the air by King. Outside placement, not outside enough, but it does score. Super Jules got assist on it, but dropped it. Now we're tied up 3-3.
Folks watching from the outside will look and say, well, it didn't seem like he threw it that hard, and he was in position. Sometimes the slower balls are the more difficult ones to catch. In fact, usually they are. King almost lost that serve.
Oh, perfect.
And he scores
serve
off
there.
on.
Crossing
Scores off it.
off the side wall. King now leads 4-3. Tough serve again, crossing the wall. Super Jules takes this one.
Good catch.
Passes King. Robote, that escape, that's out of play. 4-4 is the score. Super Jules serves. That's an ace for Super Jules. He leads 5-4, possible match point. Super Jules runs around it, has it on the right side, sends it high off the front wall, pulled in by King. Super Jules up at the 9, backhand, this is a low runner, tough scoop, and it's missed. Point and match, Super Jules wins it, 6-4.
And Super Jules does it. Hangs in there, makes some good catches, keeps throwing inside. And up next, you see the practice beginning now. Douglas going up against Magic Mike. Douglas the First. We have to put Douglas the First up there. The legend. That's right. Who did he train? He trained our very own Douglas, our very own Benny, in a batting cage in North Carolina. Folks watch them play and say it can't possibly be true. It is. It is absolutely true. That's where it started.
Some humble beginnings, but, you know, it's pretty cool to see where they've come and how far they've taken the sport, the Suns, the last few years. And, you know, Douglas the First, big reason why.
100%. You see, Andrew, you know, when I saw you practicing, I was like, you know, you should forget about Chicago. You should go to North Carolina for like a month and train with Douglas the First, and then come back and see.
That wouldn't be the worst idea.
I know. I think you should.
Just a boot camp. For,
you're into that. You like that, and I'm sure that James would be a wonderful host and teach you how to play highlight.
That's not the worst idea, Stu.
We'll talk about it.
We'll get back into it though, but we'll talk about that later.
About 12 seconds to go before the last of our singles matches. Then, if I'm not mistaken, we move right into doubles?
Yes, move right into the doubles bracket. So we'll get you that information. Douglas last year made it all the way to the quarterfinals. Magic Mike lost in the first round. Douglas, perennial contender in singles, as are a couple of players. Again, just kind of depends on how the bracket works out. Douglas will have the serve. Magic Mike ready to receive. Final match in this first round of singles. Remember, we'll play either up to or through the semifinals today. So a couple more rounds to go in singles and doubles.
Douglas serves. We begin. Magic Mike, backhand from the 10. Forehand by Douglas to the inside. Big bounce brought down by Magic Mike. Quite a catch. Douglas has it on the left side, winds up. Costalo is out. Magic Mike gets the first point. He has the serve.
Well, we know this is Douglas's game. You know, he's aggressive and he throws more shots than just about anybody out here on this court. In the Costano 2 wall is his biggest weapon. You just have to make sure you drop the ball in play. You can't throw it off the court, especially in this amateur division. Force the guy to go get it. Don't give the point away.
James on the catch. Hard throw to pass. Robote for Magic Mike. Magic Mike gets it, lays it up, soft touch. Douglas is there, all the way at the 4. The Karam with the soft touch scores. We're all tied up, 1-1. Douglas serves.
It took his time with that one, didn't overthrow it, just got it in play, got it to open up, and you see Magic Mike didn't even run for it. That's what you have to do. Drop it in, tie things up, 1-1.
Magic Mike on the forehand, quick release with a light touch. James is on the run, he gets there, flips it back in one motion. Magic Mike is up there, has it, passes, and scores. Well played by both gentlemen. Magic Mike will get the point. He leads 2-1.
Great sequence up here in the front court. You know, Douglas just kind of had to flick it up because he didn't want to risk juggling that ball. Magic Mike in position, had to get it to pass. He does, and it scores.
Douglas makes a difficult catch off the sidewall. Low runner. This one is scooped. Quick release. That's in play. And scores. Magic Mike has a point. And the serve.
And quick release, and Douglas didn't think he could get up to that ball before the second bounce here. Take another look. I mean, what looks like to be a pretty good backhand. He scoops it up and then throws it right back up there.
Big right side up the middle. Caught by Magic Mike. Douglas takes this one on the bounce just off the cesta. It will score. Magic Mike gets the point. That is 4 points for Magic Mike. Douglas with 1. Douglas has a serve.
See if Douglas can lock back into this match. 4-1 deficit. But all it takes is one good shot to get him back and going.
100%. He's more than capable of doing it. Douglas on the catch. Backhand. Hard to the inside. Magic Mike for the rebote. That's up. Does not have the distance. That's a point for Douglas. He'll take over the serve. Douglas now with 2 points. Magic Mike with 4. Douglas serves.
And a smart throw, too. I mean, he throws the backhand, keeping Magic Mike deep in the backcourt, even if he's able to make the play.
Well, Magic Mike is out there just making good catches and just saves and lobbing them up. And it's working for him.
It's been a good showing.
It's a good serve by Douglas. Here's Magic Mike. Backhand. Douglas advances, makes the catch. Drop shot. Caught the top of the pad. Any part of the pad is bad. That is 5 points for Magic Mike, giving him possible match point.
Just needed to hit the front wall again, and it scores. Trying to throw it perfectly instead of just throwing a good drop shot, and cost him the point. Uphill battle here, but if anybody can do it, it's Douglas.
Douglas first on the backhand. Powerful backhand. Rabote to the inside. Magic Mike makes a save. Douglas follows it to the outside. Good control. Cortada follows. That scores. 3 points for Douglas. Still possible match point for Magic Mike with 5. Douglas serves.
Again, you're serving and with the match on the line. I mean, you don't have any faults here. It's not like battle court, so a little pressure here on Douglas too. Just has to get these serves in.
It's a good serve by Douglas. Backhand with a light touch. Here's Douglas from the line. Backhand, powerfully thrown to pass. Magic Mike for the rebote. Rebote forehand. Douglas from the 7 line. Karam with a light touch. Will score on the second bounce. Well done by Douglas. Good Karam. I saw it. See, there's the second bounce right there. Andrew, I thought you were questioning me. It's okay. Andrew, sometimes
I would never question either you or the call.
No, announcers are never supposed to get ahead of the judges, and I did get it a little ahead of the judges there. I saw the second bounce, but so did he, so that's good. There's Douglas on the serve. Catch by Magic Mike. Douglas moves into position well. Backhand will pass. Low rebote coming out and scores.
Wow.
Well done by Douglas. And just like that, we were at 5-5. This is match point.
Yeah, I mean, the first couple points, it seemed like Douglas was getting a little cuter with some of the shots. I mean, he threw a 2-alt, sailed way out. He went for a drop shot. It caught the top of the pad. Now he's just trying to outcatch his opponent, and it's working way better. He's advancing on the ball, passing and forcing Magic Mike to play these rebotes and get into a long rally.
It's catch by Magic Mike. Forehand, light touch.
On the wall.
James gets up there.
Oh, no.
Tremendous effort by James to flip that up. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 5-5. Point to Magic Mike. Well played by both players.
Wow, Magic Mike with the upset there. Look at the placement of this throw, and that's why Douglas had to go with the quick release. It was right on the wall. He tried to flick it up, and again, into the pad. That pad is bad. Magic Mike moving on to the round of 16.
We now begin doubles. Petrus and Monty on the court. DeCarlo and Super Jules. On deck, Machina 43 and Lassa, Igor, and Nicky Mo. So that completes the singles division. Oh, sorry, the first round of the singles division. We're going to move on to doubles for the 2025 U.S. National Jai-Alai Championships.
Well, there's a look at the complete first round of singles there. We'll be moving over.
Couple upsets there, at least one, two.
Absolutely, and some great names remained in that bracket as well. So we'll move over to the round of 32 in doubles. We have 28 of 32 teams. You see the bottom right part of that bracket. Jay and Jerry will play Brody and Ant. Beach and Goy will play Tom and D-Man. Then the winners will play each other. Then the winner of that match will then advance all the way into the semifinals. That's what we've been told. So there will not be a playback in doubles. The winner of that bottom right quadrant will advance all the way down to the semifinals after the round of 16. So that's the case there. We'll start at the top left. Petrus and Monty against DeCarlo and Super Jules. And we'll begin. Matches played up to 6 points in doubles as well. There's a serve by Petrus. We begin. Serve picked up in the front court, and it's scored. DeCarlo with the 2-on to get his team on the board first. They'll serve.
Some guys play singles better, some guys play doubles better. We'll see what happens here. DeCarlo definitely not going to want to drop both the singles and the doubles. DeCarlo, one of the most competitive guys we've seen out here year after year.
Low hard serve picked up off the floor by Monty. Low to the inside. Nice catch by Super Jules. Petrus lets it pass. Nice scoop again in the backcourt by Monty.
Oh, late notice. Late notice.
Miscommunication there. And a point for Petrus and Monty.
Yeah, looked like DeCarlo was going in for that, even on a scoop. And he's blocking the whole inside. A little late notice for Super Jules.
Serve coming right up the middle. Super Jules from the backcourt. Sends it deep from the 9 line. Caught in the middle by Monty. Forehand kicks off the wall. Super Jules had it lined up. Missed it. Petrus and Monty lead 2-1.
Super Jules just need to take one more step. Catch that a little bit more above his waist. Get it settled in his basket.
Monty deep in the backcourt. Keeps it on the right side. Forehand sticks to the wall. Brought in by Super Jules. Here's Monty. Back at the 11 line. Right up the middle. DeCarlo lets it pass. Super Jules now running around it. Makes it tough for rebote save. Petrus, though, keeps the pressure on. The carom up in the front will score. 3-1. Petrus and Monty lead.
Very well done. Throw the ball where your opponent's not. Petrus saw that he had the outside open, took the shot, and scored. That's just very well done.
That's an underserve. Point 2 DeCarlo and Super Jules.
Sometimes you just got to get a point up on the board, and that's what happened there. Beautiful catch here by Petros. And then the 2-all. Very well done. Monty moves up. Good catch.
Monty got there. That was a drop shot, not droppy enough. Now DeCarlo sends it back. Petros in the backcourt. Great positioning, but dropped it.
Monty taking responsibility, basically saying, my fault, threw it wonky. And again, we have experience with Monty as one of the judges here at Magic City, one of the most professional people, one of the most thoughtful people that you'll see in highlight, period. He's just a really good guy.
Petros went for the serve. 2-all, not enough. DeCarlo from the outside. Karam doesn't open, and it's tipped up in the front court.
Yeah, you got to throw it better. You got to throw it better than that against DeCarlo, and DeCarlo ate him up on the return. Basically, just returned it like you threw the ball, and all of a sudden it's in your face. Yeah. That's tough.
Tough grab by Monty. Gets it off quick to avoid holding.
Tough one.
Long rebote, tough diving save by Super Jules. Petros runs around it. He's got it on the right side. Forehand coming deep. Super Jules takes off. He makes another rebote save.
Super Jules has been really impressive today.
Oh, forehand came right over his head. That's caught by DeCarlo. Backhand to the outside.
Oh, what a catch.
By Petros. What a catch. Now Super Jules outside placement. Petros, can he do it
Another
again?
One.
He does.
He
Forehand from the outside. Crossing the wall. That's stopped by Super Jules. Backhand 2-all. This one coming up the middle, and Monty comes away with it. Catch right off the side wall. 2-all, not enough. Petros from the left side. Backhand to the inside. Scoop
what a scoop by Super Jules.
Here's Monty now. Forehand kicks off the wall again. DeCarlo cuts it off, sends it right back to him. Monty with a great grab along the numbers.
I'll tell you, he's awkward on that backhand catch, but somehow it works.
It's a tough one. And another great scoop. That kicks
scoop.
up high in the corner. Now Super Jules takes off late, but he does save the rebote. Petros attacks on the right side, sends it deep. 3-wall play. And
what a tremendous point play by all 4 players. What tremendous play by all 4 players.
4-4 is the score. Petros and Monty serve.
Super Jules standing out here, saving these rebotes in the back. Monty making some awkward but still very good catches. Petros stopping them up in the front. You hear a judge blowing a whistle. Super Jules basically has taken his hand out of the cesta, which happens after a long point. Sometimes it loosens up. He's got a minute to tie his cesta back in as we see these replays.
A couple of catches here on this point. Then how about this?
Yeah, Petros was just unstoppable with these.
Even our guys,
Look
too,
at that.
you know, switching from right to left on the outside when you're expecting the 2-all. It's not easy, and Petros was right there a couple times. And then Monty,
and then a high scoop, and then a high scoop afterwards. Tremendous.
This catch right here, I think that's the one you're talking about.
It loosened up basically at that point.
Big bouncing serve, Super Jules. Big backhand from the left side, caught by Monty. Forehand kicks off the wall, cut off by DeCarlo. Right back to him. Gonna be a tough rebote. Monty calls forward, he lays it up. Super Jules charging down the inside, on the right side. Outside attempt. Right past DeCarlo, he ducks, and Monty makes the catch. Tough rebote, one-handed effort. That's in play by Super Jules. Petros up the middle, Super Jules. He's got a chance again. He makes a save to the outside, and it scores. Look at Super Jules in the back.
In there, and look at that. Look at that.
Putting his body on the line. Look at this one-handed save.
It's a 2-all.
That would have made our rebote top 10 compilation, Stu. I can tell you that for sure.
What did it have?
Another one. Oh, what a save. And it was tipped. Monty, yeah, that's the importance of communication there. Petros just reaching forward, and Monty was right behind him. 5 points to Carl and Super Jules. A chance to win it. Forehand crossing the wall. Super Jules just ran out of space. That kind of ate him up. We are at 5-5. This is match point.
This is kind of what you want to see here when the play has been this good and the guys have tried this hard. Comes down to the last point.
Super Jules on the right side, opens up with the forehand. Petros cuts it off. Backhand right to him. Caught by Super Jules again. This one out of reach of Monty. Rabote not gonna make it.
My, oh my.
Point and match. Tremendous match won by DeCarlo and Super Jules 6-5 over Petrus and Monty. Boy, Stu, what a opening match here in doubles. Not going to see better action than that. DeCarlo and Super Jules advancing. Now we've seen Super Jules over these last couple of years. Just continues to improve, and man, his play in the backcourt is some of the best you're going to see out there.
Very impressed with Super Jules. I mean, for the most part, the guys who have practiced, they only get 1 day of practice out here. I mean, they only get 1 day of practice. Yesterday was a full day of practice. And yeah, they do have, quite a bit of time, but the court here is different than any other court that these guys play on, whether it's Connecticut or St. Pete, or they get court time elsewhere. So to adjust to the court in 1 day is a tall order, is a really tall order.
I will say just overall, we've seen more competitive matches and some of the most competitive points that we've ever seen in this tournament.
Absolutely, no question about it.
The play is improving year by year. We say it with, the regular Magic City program, but these amateurs that really care about the sport, they care about advancing it. They've been passionate behind the scenes for a number of years. It's good for them to get their opportunity and for them to show out like this. It's really fun to watch.
No question about it, Andrew.
So
Good.
Coming up next to some more doubles, Machina 43 and Lhasa take on Igor and Mickey Mo. And a lot of new teams here in doubles this year. I mean, a lot of the names are similar, but some new partners. Only 8 of the 28 teams competing in doubles participated with their same partner last year. So first look at a lot of these teams here is the case for both.
Lhasa serves, we begin. Mickey Mo, backhand. Machina from the 10 line. Caught in the front court. There's the backhand. Rabote by Lhasa. Mickey Mo. Outside placement. Tipped.
Oh.
First point of this match goes to Igor and Mikey Mo.
Love this outside placement right here. You see Lhasa a little flat-footed, just a clean miss, and then Machina with a chance on the outside.
There's a backhand by Machina. Rabote, left side by Igor. Portada, stop, but not held on to. That's well thrown by Lhasa. We're all tied up, 1-1. Lhasa has the serve.
You add the sidewall, makes everything a little more complicated, and particularly with that catch. I mean, it's close to the sidewall. You run out of space when it kicks off the sidewall, changes the spin, results in a drop right there.
Mickey Mo on the backhand. Machina from the 11 line. Here's the backhand. Mickey Mo's there. Machina again from the 11. Ball in and out of the cesta. It's another point for Lhasa and Machina 43.
I mean, this Lhasa and Machina team, very consistent. I mean,
And if I'm not mistaken, Lassa's had shoulder replacement surgery on his throwing shoulder. Now, I had it on my left shoulder, and it still hurts to play Jai-Alai. Here's a serve picked off by Igor. Igor rips up Costado to the outside. That scores. The Filo scoring for Igor. Well played. Wow, that happened quick, huh? Look at this. So he catches the serve. Good eyes on the serve. Woof. Boom to the outside.
halfway to go Sherry with the glasses, but it looks a little different. Still, what a combination there.
Machina, backhand. Low runner to the inside. Will score off the forehand of Mickey Mo. Lhasa has the serve. They lead 3-2.
And just a couple more misses than we're used to seeing by Mickey Mo here in the backcourt. One of the more consistent players at his position, and so far Machina is winning that matchup.
Excellent catch in the backcourt. Powerful backhand. Rabote. Rabote by Machina. Picked off on the front court by Igor. Split placement by Igor, scores. Well done. 3-3. Igor serves.
Well, Igor's got a pretty nice costado here. I mean,
have we seen Igor before?
No, that was a name that I didn't see in singles, and so it could be his first year playing, but
he's playing.
That's 2 in a row.
Tremendous.
The way he threw the outside placement technically was very strong, and that one split him up perfectly.
Mocking out from the left side, a rebote for Igor. He makes the save. Lassa gets in there, backhand. Excellent catch by Mickey Mo. Outside placement caught near by Lassa. Rebote by Mickey Mo. Big bounce, caught near by Lassa. There's the backhand. Mickey Mo gets in there. He makes a tremendous rebote save. Makina calls for it. He's in the box. Hard and crossing and scoring.
Such a good one.
Beautifully played again by all 4 players. 4-3 in favor of Lassa and Makina, 43.
The difference on that throw compared to the previous ones is he kept it a little bit lower so it wasn't playable off the rebote. You see Mickey Mo had to go for it front ways. He missed it. At that point, it was over. Great shot there.
Igor picks another one, rips it up the middle. Perfect read. Rebote save by Mickey Mo. Big bounce. Here's Makina from the 10 line. To the inside it goes. Catch by Mickey Mo. Over the top he goes. Lassa cuts it off in the air, and a powerful backhand follows. Makina calls for it. Backhand. Powerfully thrown. Rebote, little lower. Mickey Mo makes the save. Makina with a tip ball, his first miss of the day. This point goes to Igor and Mickey Mo. We're tied up at 4-4. It's the score.
Back and forth action again. I mean, look at this costado from Igor right up the middle, and Makina picks it up like it's nothing.
It's a good serve by Igor. Stays to the inside. Igor again, fine catch, backhand. Makina over the top. Catch by Mickey Mo. Ball's on the wall. That's an excellent catch by Makina. Makina going to make the save. Going to be dangerous. 2 players standing in front of him. Ball is not played. 5 points in favor of Igor and Mickey Mo. Possible match point.
And just a miscommunication.
But he was safe.
Yeah.
I mean, he was safe. I mean, he could just whipped it.
Did not go for it. No.
Makina on the backhand. Hard to the inside. Scoop by Mickey Mo. He cannot hold on. It is 5-5. This is match point.
And how about this? Another great match to
Again,
start
this
off
is how you
doubles.
want it. When the guys are playing good, let them go to 5-5, and whoever wins it, wins it.
And competitive points, too. I mean, it's not,
Yes.
been a lot of short rallies. It's been good shots and good throws that have won these points.
Mickey Mo on the backhand. Makina on the forehand. Passing Lassa to the corner. Oh, what a catch. It is not made in the backcourt. Point in a hard-fought match goes to Lassa and Makina. Man, these games have been competitive. These matches have been competitive. More competitive, perhaps, than we've seen in years past, at least the way that's looking. You were watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship, the Masters division, so the amateur division, the Doubles Championship.
Going back over to that bracket, let's take a look at the top left. Big Z and the horse. Taking on King and El Contador, one of our favorite names.
Well, you say it better than I do.
I've been told, and someone in my ear can correct me if I'm wrong, does that mean the accountant in Spanish? I was told that. Because that's his occupation.
Me? Oh, okay. Oh,
Thank you.
The control booth has
Director
given us
Thank you,
yes,
Anthony.
Because you got 2 basic, what are we going to say? Jewish guys announcing highlights sitting right here. And we don't have Joey Kornblit on the court to help us out.
I was told last year, because I remember it was El Contador and we had an extra R in there, and that's why the name was a little confusing. So El Contador,
Got
the
it.
accountant. All right. He, along with King, will take on Big Z and the horse. Some great names in this one. Ready for the highlight. There's a serve. We begin our next doubles match. El Contador, nice right side, back to the inside, picked up in the corner by the horse. Big Z, what a catch by Big Z, leaping in the corner. Now King, low run to the inside, scoop miss, Rebote coming out quick, not to be played. King and El Contador on the board first here.
That ball came into the corner and came out of the corner very quickly. Big Z didn't have an opportunity to make that Rebote. Ball dies coming out of the service box and scores.
Yeah, that's an ace. King and El Contador with 2.
You need court familiarity with that. Big Z not having the familiarity with our court. Oh, the horse went for it.
Yeah, knocked it down up there in the service box. That's 3 in a row. King serves.
Very rare that we see someone with the tenacity to take a serve on the right side, but the horse tried it.
Nice catch there by Big Z, leaping in the backcourt. King now winds it up from the right side, keeps it low, crosses the wall, and it's dropped. 4 in a row now.
Good effort by Big Z trying to get in there. He was really just not able to get anything going so far. See if they can get a point up here on the board. Be curious to see if the horse goes for another one on the right side. I mean, taking the serve on the right side is, well, you don't see it often, anywhere, unless here. He got a read on that one, but didn't meet the catch.
Just knocked it down. That's 5 points. Possible match point for King and El Contador. Big Z, high and hard, backing in the corner. El Contador just dropped it. It was right along the wall. It's going to get him on the board with their first point. Still possible match point for the white shirts.
If Big Z can get to it, he can get it back in that corner, which is what he did there, but King and El Contador just need one more point to finish this off. Let's see if the horse or Big Z can deny them that. Ooh, tough serve.
Well, that serve died. El Contador did get up to it. Long Karam
No one
will
there.
Score for the win. Point and match. King and El Contador win it 6-1.
So we are moving about halfway through the first. Well, this is the last part of the top left-hand corner of that bracket. See how quick they jumped to it there? That's
They're on
see,
it.
I upset Andres.
They're on it.
And it's impossible to upset Andres. It's impossible to upset him, and somehow I did. He literally said in the headset, "Can you see it now?" I mean, Andrew, I'm going to need you to start my car before we leave today, if you don't mind.
It's been a long layoff for some. You never know, you know. Vision, yeah.
All right, who do we have coming up next?
Alex and Seminole King take on Gino and Hot Toddy. One of our semifinalists from last year, Gino and Hot Toddy, making a nice run. So back this year and as strong as ever with the way we saw Gino play in that opening round, defeating Brody in singles. Hot Toddy not a participant in the singles bracket, but very solid backcourter in his own right.
Alex serves, we begin. That ball stays to the inside and scores. First point.
A really strong serve there, staying inside after it crossed the wall.
Alex with another good serve. Here's the backhand. Todd to the inside. That ball is tipped by Seminole King deep in the backcourt. That's a point for the black shirts. Gino serves. Forehand by Seminole King. This one caught in the backcourt by Todd. On the bounce, Seminole King has it over the top. Gino over his head. Low and hard to the inside. The Seminole King is there. Here's the backhand. Todd now, backhand from the 10 line. Low runner. Gets in there hard and scores. Well done. Gino and Todd take the point and the serve.
Perfect throw right there. Kept it low, and it was right along the sidewall. Makes for next to impossible catch. And 2 on the lead.
Ball tipped off the serve. That's a third point for Gino and Todd. Gino serves. Big right side. Todd's there. Forehand, a little too high. That hit the rail above the front wall, which is out of play. Alex, Seminole King on the board with a second point. Alex serves.
Yeah, well, just had to have escaped from him a little bit, maybe trying to get a big bounce off the floor, but never want to sacrifice the point for such a complicated throw.
Over serve, loss of point. Gino and Todd on the board with 4 points and the serve.
But a big break right back their way. Leads back to 2.
Good hard serve by Gino. Seminole King on the backhand, right up the middle. Gino's there. In and out of the cesta the ball goes. That is a point for Gino. And Todd at 5 points, possible match point.
And that's such a hard catch. It's kicking up. It's crossing the side wall. I mean, it looks maybe simpler on TV, but that's a tough spin to handle.
Definitely not. There's the forehand. Todd's there, right side from the 10 line. Alex, great catch. Here's the backhand, hard to the inside. Scoop by Todd. Robote. Alex gets his cesta under it. It does not have the distance. That is point and match to Gino and Todd, winning it 6-2.
Looking to continue a great play from last year. Gino and Hot Toddy advancing into the round of 16 with that win. Move over to the bottom left part of this bracket now. You see the top left all complete. Machete and Reed will take on Magic Mike and Jay Laka. See the rest of that bottom left portion of the bracket and the entire doubles bracket up there on your screen right now. Again, when we get to the bottom right portion, there will not be a playback. So the team that advances to the quarterfinal will get a bye into the semifinals. They're in the bottom right part.
Is that how it works?
Machete and Reed versus Magic Mike and Jay Laka. That's about 20 seconds away.
I see 3 players on the court. Andrew, are you hiding one?
I'm not hiding him, but I did find him still. Coming out right now.
Reed serves. Magic Mike serves. We begin. Reed gets in there to make the catch. Forehand. Excellent catch by Reed. There's the backhand from the 8 line. Ball tipped. First point for Magic Mike and Laka. So Reed a little slow to get out onto the court, but there's a backhand by Reed. Powerfully thrown. That will pass. Laka turns for the rebote. Not going to be played.
Tough one.
That's a point for Machette and Reed. Machette serves. Laka from the forehand. Illegal change of motion is called. Catching it on one side of the body, moving it to the other. Yeah, there's been a lot of debate about that online, but it goes either way. We'll call Gorka. Don't worry. Here's the serve by Machette.
He caught that with the right side on the left side of his body.
And then brought it back to the... That's a miss serve. Two-two is the score. Ball tipped up in the front court off of the serve. That's a point for Magic Mike and Laka. Magic Mike serves.
Backing up, trying to take that serve after it bounced in the service box. I mean, it was totally legal. He was outside, but just a difficult play.
Reed from the left side. There's the backhand. Powerfully thrown to the outside. Magic Mike moving out there will not make the play. That is a point for Machette and Reed. Machette serves.
Yeah, maybe not exactly where he wanted to put it, but it worked out kind of like a backhand 2-wall. No chance for Magic Mike to get to it.
Excellent serve by Machette. Crosses the sidewall and scores. So it's 4-3 in favor of Machette and Reed. Scoop attempt off the serve is tipped in the box. 5-3 in favor of Machette and Reed. Possible match point.
Again, Magic Mike now trying to scoop that one up in the box. That's, again, why we say you don't advise it, because it's very difficult. But still, if you can make a play, you can go for it. Oh, he scooped
Magic
that
Mike
one.
with another one. Machette with the miss on the forehand at the 7. Play continues. Still possible match point for Machette and Reed. Magic Mike serves. Backhand by Reed. Laka to the inside. Reed calls for it, has a tip ball back at the 11 line. It is 5-5. This is match point.
Love the fight shown here by Magic Mike and Laka. I mean, they were down and out, a couple points in a row, and now all it takes is one to win this match.
Reed advances, makes a fine catch. There's the backhand. That clears the overhead screen. Rebote saved by Magic Mike. Machette makes the catch. Magic Mike makes the catch. Forehand flipped up. Here's Reed from the 10 line. Plays it up high at the side wall. It is tipped. That is point and match for Machette and Reed.
Another one coming down to the final point. A big one going the way of Machete and Reed, 6-5. They take that opening round match.
Yeah, got off to a little bit of a wonky start. Not everybody watches the board or listens. We try to give notice that it's time that you're next on deck, but and of course Tennessee being our judge there. Who is the nicest guy on this roster, Andrew? Who's the nicest guy who plays for Magic City? It's Tennessee. It's Tennessee.
Also known as Rock.
He's going to be a tough ref, but he'll look at me through the screen and say, "Oh, is he throwing the ball? I didn't notice he was warming up." The goal is not to make sure that someone doesn't warm up. The goal is to make sure that the day of an obscene amount of highlight games continues. That's what
there's a system.
That's what the goal is.
Keep it rolling.
It's really, and everybody's advised ahead of time. So fortunately, they came out on top of that. Let's move on. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, we got a great matchup here, Stu. Last year's champions, Rastock and Petro, going back out against Paul and Rocco. Last year, Paul played with Dark Knight. They made a run all the way to the quarterfinals, but everyone looking to take down Rastock and Petro, the defending champions. And I mean, even if you watch that singles, and you can tell right away that Rastock and Petro are two of the better players you're going to see in this competition. Rastock, an aggressive front quarter, has got a variety of shots, very consistent, and Petro in the back, well, simply one of the best catchers out here, and that's what you got to do here in the backcourt. Robote coming out for Petro. He makes a nice save.
Oh.
Paul went for the carom. Faked him out, but dropped it. Rastock and Petro on the board with their first point.
Now, am I seeing things, or is Petro wearing a Fernandez shirt?
I think he wore the same jersey last year.
So this is an homage to Eddie Fernandez of my generation, I have to throw out there. Backcourter, longtime backcourter, Miami Jai-Alai. We were wondering what happened to that jersey.
All takes the serve, too low.
On the pad.
Too low, that caught the pad. Second point for Rastock and Petro.
Look, Rastock will make you nervous. I mean, we've seen what he's done year after year. He just makes the catches, and then he does have some shots, but also when the shots aren't working for him, he just puts it where you're not. So I understand Paul's desire to take him out there, but try keeping it on the wall.
Rocco, nice backhand wall-to-wall. Here's the rebote. Rastock keeps it inside.
Oh, tip ball.
That kind of ate him up. It's missed by Paul up in the front. 3 points for Rastock and Petro.
Don't know how much experience Paul has playing with Rocco, but it seems like Rocco can handle things pretty fine. Just call your front quarter off.
Rocco again from that left side. Low runner this time, backing up. Petro scooped it up. Great catch. Here's Paul up at the 8. Sends it high and deep. Robote coming out. Rastock sliding back inside to make the save. Paul advancing. Knocked it down. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, that ball's tipped again. Maybe Paul's trying to do a little too much here. Don't know if he was working on a kill shot there. Rocco's has made a couple catches here in the back. They still need to show some points up on the board, but here's the serve.
Rocco keeps this one low again. Petro from the right side. Over the top, looking for the bounce. Paul steps in to cut it off. He goes deep. Petro had to save that rebote. He does. Now Rocco waits for it back at the 11 line. Sends it back inside. Petro floats one up. It's on the wall. Rocco with the play. High and deep.
Beautiful
Petro
catch.
again, now at the 13. Oh, sends it back on the number. Spectacular catch. Here's the backhand. Rocco steps up.
Rocco's got some bullets there on the left side.
Petro thought about it. Now plays the rebote. That's up in the overhead screen. Paul and Rocco on the board.
That gets up on the board with a point. And again, Paul and Rocco are a little bit more confident playing with each other. Rocco's making some fine catches on the left side. He's got some good power.
Petro up at the 10. Low bullet inside, scooped up by Rocco. Petro now from the 11. Floats it up. Rocco from the left side again. Navigates some traffic, gets it off. Now Paul, all he can behind this throw, cut off by Petro. Petro now high, stopped by Rocco. Now Petro, back to Rocco from the 11 line. Higher and harder this one past both purple shirts. Rabote coming out to Rastak, he saves it again. Rocco, long cortada, not enough, then scooped up by Rastak, sends it back. Here's Rocco again. High and hard, passing both of them. Rastak comes all the way back to the 8 line to make the save. Now Paul, backhand, crossing the wall, long Rabote again. Petro saves it, it's a 2-all. Not opening enough, Paul from the outside is Cortada. Oh,
what a
catch. Scoop by Petro, got there before it crossed. Rabote dropping, and it's saved
Great
by
save
Rocco.
by Rocco.
What a point. Rastak, fake the drop shot, puts it inside. Rocco there again. Now Petro. Paul steps in, sends it deep. Petro again takes it off the sidewall, backhand, floated inside. Rocco from the 9. Powerful throw, and scores. What a point there. Second point for Paul and Rocco.
Rocco gets a little bit more involved, and the points start going up on the board, I'll tell you. And Rocco maneuvering around traffic pretty well. I mean, he had physical contact with, I mean, you could have gotten an interference call if you would have asked for it, but he didn't ask for it, he just played through.
Petro drops it at their feet. Oh, Paul had it for a moment, just could not control it. That's 5 for Rastak and Petro and a possible match point.
Yeah, Paul reaching in there. And again, reaching low, it's so difficult to make that catch there. Rocco, in that case, Rocco probably should have called him off.
Nice backhand by Rocco, stopped in the air by Petro.
Outside.
He shoots
That's
it straight
score.
outside. That
Well
scores for the win. Point and match. Rastak and Petro win it 6-2.
There we see the warm-up of our next match, which begins in just 1 minute. Douglas playing with Adam, Ty playing with Butler. There are your brackets as we move along through the doubles portion of the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship. This is the Masters division. The amateur players, many amateurs, some former professionals. It's a mix of a little bit of everything with the Cesta out there today. Because Tevin's out there too, and you know, watched Tevin playing on some of the best courts in the world as recently as 8 years ago?
Yeah.
8, 9 years ago, something like that.
Well, terrific talent. You could see him playing with his brother Jermaine a little bit later. They were semifinalists last year in the doubles competition. But Adam and Douglas, and a team that's played together, I think, almost every year of this national tournament.
Time.
Going up against Butler and Ty, new to the doubles competition here in 2025. Adam and Douglas have the serve. That's Douglas up in the front court. He'll get things started.
Here's the backhand by Butler to the inside. Ball tipped at the 10 line. First point goes to Ty and Butler. Ty has the serve.
And for Adam. Just got to stay in it here. Don't want to get down on yourself early. Made a number of great catches in singles, one of his better performances. So hope he can carry that over into this doubles.
Quick release on the backhand there by Adam, and it scores. James and Adam on the board with a point. We're tied up 1-1. James has the serve. So when we talk about like holding versus clean versus, you see how quick he gets rid of that? Yes, that's a generational thing. Butler on the backhand, low bullet to the inside, scooped up and returned by Adam. Butler from the forehand. Right side to the outside. Douglas calls for it. Rebote by Douglas is a 2-all. Tie to the outside, comes up with the ball. Cortada on the return, hit the top of the pad. Any part of the pad is bad. Great effort by both front quarters. Point does go to Douglas and Adam.
Douglas going for a little bit of a shot off that rebote. Turns it into a 2-all and rewarded. Next throw caught the top part of the pad, and as you know, any part of the pad is bad.
Good catch by Butler. That's a big backhand. Rebote coming out. James for the rebote. To the inside at the sidewall. Butler comes up with a great catch at the 8 line. Ball tipped on the forehand of Adam. This point goes to Ty and Butler. Ty has the serve.
And some more difficulty for Adam on the right side compared to his left. But again, coming right to his right side, you just got to stand in there and make the play. It's an unfortunate miss.
Adam gets in there with a difficult catch and a nice save. That ball's floating. And scores. 3-2 in favor of Douglas the first and Adam.
Look at Adam there, kind of ran out of space a
and
little
the presence
bit.
of mind to make the catch, make the throw, avoid your opponent, and prop yourself up on the wall. That's a lot to do in one throw. Butler missed the left side. Serve scores 4. Douglas the first and Adam on the board with 4 points. And the serve. Butler on the catch, backhand. Low hard, backhand, released quickly by Adam. Scoop by Adam on the forehand. Back to the inside it goes, and it scores.
How about that?
5-2 in favor of Douglas the first and Adam. Possible match point. I know that Adam wanted that scoop. I mean, that was... Yeah.
Gotta feel good. And won a singles match, and now with a chance to advance in doubles as well.
Powerful backhand by Butler. James to the inside, and it scores. Point and match for Douglas the first and Adam.
So our next match, Chip and Fat Boy against Ari and Armenta here, bottom left. Portion of the bracket will conclude with this final match here. Still got the right side of that bracket though. Chewy and Marty against Tevin and Jermaine. We'll begin things on that side of the bracket. That'll be coming up next. Moving right along today, again, after we complete all these doubles matches, we will go to the round of 16 in singles. Then back to doubles, back to singles, doubles, and then it'll depend. We might play those semifinals today. We'll let you know.
One of those game day decisions, like literally, because today's game day.
Last year, Ari and Armenta with a surprising first-round exit, given the quality of both of these players. A chance here against Chip and Fat Boy. And dark horse contender like this Ari and Armenta team see if they can
Fat
put it
boy
together.
serve. Chip serves. We begin. Armenta picks the serve, backhand low hard, and a runner that scores. First point for Armenta and Ari. Wow, that happened quick. Andrew, why don't you take over? I enthusiastically started.
I love your enthusiasm. It's okay.
It was a little too much
You
enthusiasm.
can just take it.
No. I prefer your announcing, actually.
Here's Fat Boy from the backcourt. Half carom doesn't open up. Armenta waits forward up in the front. High and hard to the inside. Drop. 2 in a row for Ari and Armenta.
Armenta was talking about experiencing some nerves before he played. Had that conversation before, albeit 22 years ago. Good catch there, throws it back. Ari's a great partner to let you know what to do.
Serve kind of died coming off the wall, ate him up. That will score, makes it 3 in a row.
Fat Boy was committed to the right side. Would have liked to have seen him take that ball on the left side. Chip's basically looking back at him saying, no problem. That's what you want in a partner, you know? I dropped it. Yeah, no problem. Catch the next one.
High, hard backhand. Ari getting out there for the rebote. In position to make the save. That's a big bounce. Fat Boy stepping back. He's got it at the 11. Comes over the top. Now Ari, same spot. Makes a difficult play. Chip now, alone for the rebote. Hooked it. That comes up short. 4 points for Ari and Armenta.
Even though Chip hooked that, those have a habit of staying up and scoring, as we've seen many times. Armenta on the move to the outside, but that fell just short. 4 points for Ari and Armenta.
Forehand over the top, big bounce. Ari calls him off and makes the play deep in the backcourt. This was a tough one on the wall. What a grab by Fat Boy on the right side, no less.
Oh, my.
And it scores on the return.
He kept it on, so he makes a great catch, then he keeps it on the wall on the return. That is just well done.
Yeah, take another look at this one. I mean, on the right side, right on the wall, and then this return, same spot.
Tough one for Armenta.
Armenta cuts off the serve, whips it inside. Fat Boy clean miss, the rebote. A little dangerous. It comes up short, though. All good. That's 5 points possible. Match point for Ari and Armenta.
Andrew, hand me those releases, will you?
I got to print. Do you know the password to this computer?
No, the signed ones.
Okay.
It's a dangerous game, folks.
What a powerful serve. It scores for the win. Point and match. Ari and Armenta win it 6-1.
Decidedly decent effort there by Fat Boy. Again, we've seen improvement from him year after year. Just not able to come out on top of, two former Florida gaming professionals, Armenta and Ari. As we move on, the upper right-hand quadrant of the bracket. Chewy and Marty, Tevin, and Jermaine. About 25 seconds to go, and if you recognize Tevin as Tevin, that's because it's Tevin. Say, hey, didn't I see that guy at Bridgeport? Yeah. Didn't I see that guy at Milford? Yeah. Didn't I see that guy at Miami? Yeah. Didn't I see that guy at Dania? Yeah. Know where you're looking at them now? Magic City.
Now, last year, this team advancing to the semifinals. I believe they ran into that Rostock and Petro team, but they are back looking for the title here in 2025. Chewy and Marty, tough opening round matchup. See what they got. They'll have the serve.
It's me? Okay. There's a serve. That is an underserve. First point goes to Tevin and Jermaine. Tevin has a serve.
An uphill battle, and then you can't overcome these unforced errors too. Got to keep the ball in play for Chewy and Marty against this team.
Martador with a tip ball off the serve. That is a second point for Tevin and Jermaine. Tevin serves. Martador moving in with the right side. That ball is tipped back at the 10 line. 3 points for Tevin and Jermaine. Tevin has the serve. That ball is in and out of the cesta here in the backcourt. 4 points for Tevin and Jermaine. Backhand to the inside. Jermaine is there. Forehand over the top. Catch in the front court. That is dropped at the 9 line. Chewy and Marty on the board with the point. Chewy has the serve. Excellent catch by Jermaine. That backhand, though, gets away from him. Powerfully thrown, though, hitting the overhead screen. Second point for Chewy and Marty. Chewy serves.
Another one makes such a great catch along the side wall, but again, you never have full control of that ball.
If you didn't stop it in the basket. If you didn't stop in the basket, real hard to throw it where you want.
Sent it way up high and out of play. Good comeback here. Chewy and Marty hang it around. Got the deficit in half.
Over serve. Point for Tevin and Jermaine. That's 5 points. Possible match point. Martador with a fine catch. Here's Jermaine on the right side. Goes to the outside. Martador comes up with a clutch catch on the forehand. Here's Jermaine with a tip ball. That is a third point for Chewy and Marty. Chewy serves.
Outside placement attempt. You see the clean miss in the front. Look at Marty. He's got his back up. Perfect throw. Carambola missed by Jermaine. Keeps him going.
Jermaine, backhand is too low. That hits the pad. The pad is bad. That is a fourth point for Chewy and Marty. Chewy has the serve. Jermaine from the forehand. Beautiful catch by Marty. Fine backhand. Tevin's there. Tevin from the 8 line. Hard to the inside. Rebote to the inside. Chewy going for the save. It hit the wall and then fell short. That is point and match to Tevin and Jermaine, winning at 6-4.
Coming up next, TB, Matt, and Rule take on Joey and Rigo. See Tevin and Jermaine advancing into the round of 16. Got a little tight there in the end. Chewy and Marty playing all the way to that finish line, but in the end, 6-4. Tevin and Jermaine come away with the win. Still a couple great teams out there. I mean, you got Toto and Gravedigger going to be a sleeper. Dos Equis and Conrado. Conrado's been a factor every year he's played. And then last year, our finalist, runner-up, Brody and Ant, taking on Jay and Jerry. That's coming up a little bit later. TB, Matt, and Rule take on Joey and Rigo. It's about 5 seconds away. With that, we are ready to begin our next match. TB, Matt, and Rule will serve to Joey and Rigo. Rule will serve. Rule serves, and we begin. On a nice serve there, the ace started with a point. Powerful forehand by Joey. Catch by Rule. Rule whips it up. Catch by Rigo up in the front. TB, Matt. Scoop missed. That's a point for Joey and Rigo. That is an overserve. Point to Rule and TB, Matt. That's an overserve. Trading points here. It is now 2-2. Rigo and Joey have control of the serve now. Nice catch there in the back by TB, Matt. Plays it up. Rigo with a tip ball. TB, Matt, and Rule lead 3-2. Nice catch here by TB, Matt off the serve, but look at this. Trouble here, you got a front quarter scooping up in front of his back quarter. That's about the 9 line. Tough one. Joey to the inside. Leaping catch by TB, Matt. Forehand dropping between them. Tough scoop. Missed. 4-2 lead. Joey whips it to the inside again. Leaping grab by TB, Matt along the wall. The forehand escape up in the overhead screen and out of play. 3 points for Joey and Rigo.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a tough serve kicking off the wall. Missed by TB, Matt. And we are tied up. 4-4 is the score. Joey and Rigo serve.
I was walking by back there and I saw someone giving Rigo some grief from the audience.
Look at TB, Matt advancing on the ball. Makes a tough catch. Rebote for Rigo. It's a long one. Falling save to the inside. There's Rule. Backhand up the middle. Now Joey trying to make the save, and he does. That's a tough one. Rule, Costado whip to the inside, adds dropping and scoring. 2 bounces and a 5th point, bringing them to possible match point.
TV Matt was right up there behind his front quarter. A little too close, perhaps.
Serve is good. Joey from the back. Whips it up the middle. Now to reach a TB Matt. A Rule makes a rebote save.
That's
it opens
save.
as a 2-wall. And it scores for the win. Point and match. TB Matt and Rule win it 6-4. Coming up next, we're going to see Toto and Gravedigger take on Gal II. And Chic. Chick?
I'm going with Chick.
Chick.
Chick. I mean, at some point, unless...
Chic. I mean, that's... Look, that would be how you...
Well, look into your Google box and see what it says. How to pronounce it. I see on the
See
board,
what Siri said. Just 4 matches left in this round of 32 in doubles, and then go back over to singles, pick up where we left off there.
This looks like a pretty interesting match. Toto and Gravedigger. Tough team, potentially.
As I said, on paper, I mean, 2 of the better guys in the field today.
Time. Toto serves.
Gravedigger, very familiar with this court. Going to be a tough matchup here for Gal II and Chick, but that's why they play the game. Ready to begin.
Toto serves. We begin. Chick from the backhand. Gravedigger from the 9-line to the inside. Rebote not coming out. That's a point for Toto and Gravedigger. Toto serves.
Yeah, that one kind of died off the back wall there. Kind of like a Chula, not a true Chula, but...
That was kind of Chick's ball, but he's not familiar with this back wall, so you do want to try to catch that ball in the air if you can. Yeah. Chick from the left side to the inside, right up the middle, and it's tipped on the left side of Toto. Gallo has the serve.
And Toto stepping in there, cutting that ball off because he thinks he can make a play on it. Just a rare drop. See if the blue shirts can take advantage.
Good hard serve by Gallo. Here's the backhand by Gravedigger. Chick in and out of the cesta. The ball goes at the 11 line. That's a point for Toto and a Gravedigger. They lead 2-1. Chick grabs it, holds on to it. Here's Toto. Toto from the 8 line. Powerful backhand. Chick is there, cannot make the play. 3rd point for Toto and Gravedigger in the yellow shirts. Toto serves. Gallo going for the scoop off the serve, has a tip ball. That is a 4th point for Toto and Gravedigger. Toto serves. Chick on the catch, cannot hold on. That's 5 points for Toto and Gravedigger. This is possible match point.
And nothing too complicated with these serves, but they are crossing the side wall. That's the number one thing. I mean, cross the side wall, you want to throw it hard. It's making life very difficult for Chick here in the back, and 1 point away from closing it out, and it's missed. That's it.
Point and match for Toto and Gravedigger.
And up next, finishing up this top right quadrant of the bracket, we'll see Alt and Lorenzo taking on Dos Equis and Conrado.
Alt and Lorenzo, one of those feel-good teams where you just want to see them do well. Alt showing improvement year after year. Lorenzo, a filmmaker, of course, doing a documentary on Jai-Alai, having spent some time in Spain. Grandfather was a ball maker. Father, judge. Fort Pierce, wants to know more about his family's lineage, doing a documentary about it.
Yes, he's seen him here working on that. I saw him filming actually earlier today while he was warming up and waiting to play. So very passionate about the sport, runs in the family. And a great kid, too. He's come here the last couple of years, always wanted to show off his skills and his improvement. We'll see what he's got coming out this year with Alt, as they have a tough matchup, though. I mean, Dos Equis and Conrado.
If you ask me, hey, is that the same Conrado that was playing against Lordway in Mexico City in 1992? I'll say, yes, it was. Yes, it is. Time. Judges, Alt serves.
Alt serves, we begin. Oh, bullet to the inside. What a catch by Alt. The backhand, though. That's up in the overhead screen, though. Dos Equis and Conrado on the board first.
After you make the catch, you got to settle the ball in the cesta. Usually somewhere up near the tip, so you have better control when you make the throw. That was the issue there. Great catch by Alt, though.
Dos Equis with a hard serve. The ace makes it 2-0.
Lorenzo, another one of these players who you just want, hey, relax, chill out. Again, a little better year after year, but they're up against pretty stiff competition in this matchup.
That's an overserve. Alt and Lorenzo on the board with their first point.
Ball has to land between the 4 and 7 line. Only one serve today. For World Supercourt tomorrow, 2 serves.
Tough catch up on the left side of Conrado. There's the backhand along the wall. Great catch by Lorenzo. Oh, bullet stopped and dropped. 2-2, tied up.
Catching the ball on the run is a little difficult, and that's what happened there. In and out of the basket it went. 2-2. What a serve.
Great serve. Better catch by Conrado. Comes over the top. What a scoop by Alt up in the front. Backhand wall to wall. Here's Robote. Saved to the inside by Dos Equis. And missed in the back by Lorenzo. 3 points.
That's one of those, had Lorenzo caught it, Alt was very much in front of him. When he would have gone to make that backhand, both wound up missing the ball, but
here's Lorenzo, high and hard. That just does clear the screen. What a catch by Conrado. Runs under it in the air. Big bouncer. Lorenzo, yeah, it's a tough one. Ducks out of the way. And that's 4 points for Dos Equis and Conrado.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to get out of the way. You don't want to get hit with the ball in that case. Conrado makes a fine catch down low, brings it back over the top. Again, Conrado's court positioning pretty spot on.
Oh, what a stop there by all. 2-all. Oh, what a catch there on the outside by Dos Equis. And all does the same on the inside. Big backhand coming out, Robote. A little too high. What a point. Alt and Lorenzo have 3. Deficit's just 1 now.
That's the improvement right there. Would we have seen that from Alt in his first year? No. Look at him. Picks the serve. Good control. Good 2-all. Dos Equis is there. Picks it up. And Alt's there again. Beautifully played.
Great catching. Conrado from the back. 11 line up the middle. Lorenzo drop ball. That brings it to 5 points. Possible match point. Just out of the way of the serve, and it's missed in the backcourt. Point and match. Dos Equis and Conrado win it 6-3. A tremendous effort by all 4, but Dos Equis and Conrado moving on to the round of 16.
Beach Goya, Tom, D-Man on deck.
So we're going to the bottom right part of the bracket, the final portion of the bracket here in doubles. We'll see Jay and Jerry against Brody and Ant. Brody and Ant last year, they were the runner-up in this competition, losing to Rastock and Petro, who've already won. They're moving on into the second round. You see them on the left side of the bracket. Just 2 matches to conclude this round of doubles.
See the warm-up here. Players do get a few moments to warm up. Limited to about a minute and a half to move us through the brackets. Jerry serves. We begin. Here's the backhand. Robote save.
Yeah, that's in play.
That had the distance. Placement to the inside will score for Brody. Brody and Ant first up on the board. Brody has the serve.
Brody, one of the better front quarters out here in this competition as well. And he'll mix it up. He'll throw some shots, but that one is safer. Keeps it inside, but out of the reach of the back quarter and just out of the reach of that opposing front quarter as well.
Jay comes up with a clutch catch in the back, loses control of it on the forehand. That's out of play. Second point for Brody and Ant. Brody has the serve. Catch by Jay. Back to the inside it goes. Here's Brody. Brody from the backhand. At 2-all, lands wide. Third point for Brody and Ant. Brody serves.
If you're Brody and Ant, you're seeing how these first couple points are going. You're thinking, hey, just keep the ball in play, keep it to the inside, all the basic stuff you think about in Jai-Alai. That's what you got to do to get back to the finals. That's where they want to be.
Jay has the catch on the forehand. Back in play it goes. Here's Ant. Ant powerfully from the forehand. It passes. Robote. That's a point for Brody and Ant. Brody serves. Jay makes the catch. Forehand. Ant on the catch. That ball's in the overhead screen. 5 points for Brody and Ant. Possible match point. Ball tipped, point, and match in straight points to Brody and Ant.
And not much surprise, Brody and Ant, you can just tell the way that those guys are playing. They're going to be a tough team to knock out in this competition. 6-0, straight points, they win. So one match remains in doubles. Beach and Goya take on Tom and D-Man. Then we'll go back to singles with the round of 16. There's a look at that doubles bracket with that one match left in the bottom right quadrant there. Beach and Goya, Tom and D-Man up next.
And of course, Matt DiDemizio, the founder, builder, constructor, the visionary behind Connecticut Amateur Jai-Alai. Beach, one of our favorites. I mean, just always comes down from Connecticut with the best possible attitude, friendliest possible disposition, and always gives 100% on the court. What a guy. Not taking anything away at all, of course, from Tom and D-Man. But
And Goya and Beach, I believe that
Beach is Beach.
Yeah, the first tournament they played, I think they made it to the finals or won the whole tournament, and also Goya in singles has had some success as well. Final match of this round of 32 in doubles, then go back over to singles. Goya will serve. Goya serves, we begin. With a missed serve there in the backcourt, Goya and Beach on the board first.
That ball tipped up high on the left side. The soft ones coming off the side wall can trip you up. That's what happened there.
Well, that serve died off the front wall. That's 2 in a row for Goya and Beach. Big backhand stopped overhead by Beach. What a nice catch.
It was a blind catch by Beach. He got that overhead.
D-Man up at the front, looking to pass. He does. Beach calls him off, saves the rebote.
Nice save.
D-Man picked it up, but dropped it up in the front. Looking for it. Can't make the play. 3 in a row for Goya and Beach.
Just really well played up there by Beach on that save.
Good stop there by Goya along the inside. Floats it back. Rebote missed.
A lot of traffic in front of him when he went to throw that rebote. Not that it's so much a distraction, but you know, when you're playing Jai-Alai, you're conscious of where your opponents are, and the last thing you want to do is hit someone before hitting the wall. I mean, unless it's a bad day, in which case, you know, 50-50, but good catch.
Stop in the front by Tom, sends it back. Big rebote coming out. Saved by Goya.
Oh,
Ball dropped.
tip ball.
That's 5 points. Possible set Possible match point for Goya and Beach. Backhand to the inside. Beach gonna let it pass. Goya long run. He makes the save. Scoop into the drop shot. Oh, not droppy enough. Look at Goya, flicks it up. Another chance, outside placement, one-handed catch, and Goya flicks it up again, and that scores for the win. What a point, what a play. Point and match. Goya and Beach win it 6-0. Take a look at this final sequence. What a play. Drop shot here in the front. Goya reads it, just gets up there, flicks it up in one motion. Outside placement. How about that? One-handed scoop, no look, flick, and it scores for the win. What a way to close it out. That will do it for doubles, yes, Stu. Going back over to singles, let's take a look at that bracket once again after this replay. Now let's take a look at the bracket now. Petrus and Machina 43. And then Mickey Mo and Tevin will work our way down the left side of the bracket and then the right.
We really don't have a button to push here, folks. This is us interacting with our wonderful friends back there in the control room. So that's what we're about to play now, right down the left side of that bracket. Up first, Petrus and Mickey Mo. That's going to start in just about 10 seconds. Once again, you're watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship Masters Division Singles Tournament. Petrus serves. We begin with an underserve. That first point goes to Machina. Petrus on the catch. Here's the backhand, low and hard. Machina, midcourt, backhand to the inside. Right to the corner, and it will score. 2 points. For Machina, 43, he serves.
Petrus just kind of lost focus on where he was out there on the court. He committed to that catch. He was running so hard into the back corner that when he realized he couldn't get there, there was no chance for him to get out and potentially save the rebote.
Machina will scoop this on the forehand. Drop shot. 1, 2 bounces. It scores. Well played by Machina, 43. He leads 3-0. Machina serves.
Forcing Petrus to cover the entire length and width of the court. I mean, Machina is doing a great job throwing shots, consistent catching, just doing everything you need to do, the basic things to win these matches.
Powerful backhand, a little too hard. That hits the overhead screen before the front wall, which is out of play. 4 points for Machina, 43. He serves.
Just a tough one, trying to make a play, trying to pass your opponent, get into a rhythm, maybe get a quick point, and then you just send it way up high in the overhead screen. Kind of a deflating miss, and see if you can get back in it here on the last chance.
Petrus with a fine catch. There's the backhand. Machina midcourt. Petrus. Machina from the forehand. Scoop on the left side of Petrus. Here's the backhand. Rebote for Machina at the 9 line. To the inside it goes, where it scores. 5 points for Machina. Possible match point. The ace will score for the win. Point and match for Machina, taking it 6-0.
And Machina moving on to the quarterfinals in this year's U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship. The beginning of what is one of the best weekends here in Jai-Alai. Amateur tournament today and concludes on Sunday with the championships. And then we play tomorrow and Sunday with the World Super Court. Best doubles teams in the world competing for not only a top prize, but the top honor, the best doubles team in the world.
Top honors, top prize money to be awarded right here at Magic City tomorrow, actually on Sunday.
Yeah.
But tomorrow and Sunday, the best of doubles in the world right here at Magic City.
Yeah, tomorrow's the meat of it. We're going to have all those qualifying
there's a lot of
matches
games,
tomorrow. There will be, I think it's 6 teams in each group this year. Top 2 will advance. There's that. How about that, Stu? World Super Court, that is Group A. So there's 6 teams in Group A.
Look at those players.
6 teams in Group B. You'll play each opponent in your bracket, and then the top 2 teams from each group will advance to the semifinals and then eventually into the finals. But the semis and finals will be played on Sunday, as you were just mentioning, Stu, along with the championship rounds of this U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship. Again, that was just the Group A bracket in World Super Court. Group B will be playing right after those guys with 6 fresh teams. There's Group B, just to see some of those names up there. Douglas, Benny, Arbe, Selegi, Zuleku, Ubia, Rutia, Nicholas, Benetrix, LeBlanc, and Jairo and Lopez are defending champions coming back.
That's right. Is that the Lopez? Yes, that's the Lopez.
Mickey Mo and Tevin in singles. Mickey Mo will serve. Here's Tevin, opens up with the left side, backhand, thrown to pass, Robote, saved by Mickey Mo. Tevin aggressively. That takes him to the outside. He makes the catch, forehand back over the top, crosses the wall, and it scores.
Tevin likely to employ a strategy of throw the ball where your opponent's not, and that's exactly what he did. Don't want to risk, Tevin can throw 2 balls all day, but don't necessarily want to risk them if you don't have to. He sees Mickey Mo there to the outside, just get it back to the inside, cross the side wall, set up a difficult Robote. Well done.
Tevin aggressively again, Costado to the inside. That one clipped. Mickey Mo couldn't make that catch, though. 2 in a row for Tevin.
It's kind of a technical issue, but when the ball's coming that fast. So Mickey Mo goes for the quick bounce here. Don't have the cesta sideways, not like that. Really tough to get in the basket that way.
Robote coming out, Mickey Mo makes the save to the inside. Picked up on the right side of Tevin. He whips it back. 3-wall play. Mickey Mo knows where to be, but couldn't make that save. Great effort, but a 3rd point goes to Tevin.
Getting to the ball, Mickey Mo did an excellent job getting it up to the front wall. If that would have made it to the outside of the front wall, been an interesting shot. Just didn't work out that way.
Dropping low.
Great
What
catch.
a grab as that crossed the sidewall by Mickey Mo. Now Tevin on the Robote. Mickey Mo aggressively moving in. Stops on the right side. Comes back over the top. Tevin, long run. He missed it.
Great play by Mickey Mo. He kept that ball on the inside, made the catch, put it back on the inside, set up a difficult catch for Tevin, which is tough to do. Scored.
That is an underserve. Point to Tevin. He has 4, leading 4-1.
When you have so few points to play with, you really just got to get that serve in the box.
Big bouncing serve. Takes Mickey Mo to the corner. That will score 5 points. And a possible match point for Tevin. All dropped off the serve, point and match. Tevin wins 6-1. That will set up a match with Machina 43 in the quarterfinals. Tevin moving on.
See the Masters division. Singles round, 16th round? 16th round? Andrew.
In round of 16.
Round of 16. Okay, I see. I was going to say, my goodness. I know I've been talking a lot. What, almost 3.5 hours now.
It's easy. Started with 32, cut it to 16, cut it to 8, and in half we goes to until we have just 2 players left in singles and doubles.
I think.
Coming up next, we'll see Gino and Paul.
Warming up now.
Yeah, see the two out there right now sporting a similar look. Same color shirt. Always makes it fun for the announcers. But now, Stu, you know, year one it was confusing, but now we know these guys, so it's really not a problem.
Well, we mostly know these guys. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I've looked down a couple times, and between reading glasses and lack of reading glasses, and not knowing some names, I've screwed a couple up, but put forth our best effort.
I think you're doing a good job, Stu. With that, heard the whistle. Let's play.
Time. Let's begin.
Bottom left part of this bracket, Gino versus Paul.
We're ready to begin our next match. Gino will have the serve. There's the serve. We begin. Paul from the forehand at the 10 line. Gino at the 9. Bigger bounce. Difficult scoop. Not played at the side wall. Gino gets the first point. Paul on the backhand to the inside. Gino's there. Robote not coming out. That's the second point for Gino. He leads 2-0.
Yeah, this unpredictable back wall makes it very difficult for some of these players to read and save Robotes. You know, some are more willing to go to the ground than others, but you can see Paul just a little bit confused on that one.
Big right side by Paul. Big bounce. Will score crossing the side wall. Paul's on the board with the point and the serve.
Yeah, always want to catch the ball in the air when you can. Sometimes when you don't, it leaves yourself an even more difficult catch. And that was the case there for Gino. Kicked up high right in front of his face. Good effort. Just couldn't make the catch.
Gino on the right side. Picada, big bounce. Will score. It's a third point for Gino. He serves.
And a smart counter there by Gino. He goes for the picada, the big bounce. You throw it high, resulting in a big bounce off the floor, trying to get it over your opponent. At the very least, it'll leave a difficult high scoop. And it got by.
Here's a backhand by Gino. That backhand by Paul. Caught the overhead screen on the return. Four points for Gino. He serves. Ball tipped by Gino at the side wall. Paul gets the point. He has 2. Gino with 4. Paul serves.
Kind of a picada battle going back and forth. Each player forcing their opponent to try to make that catch.
Yeah, you throw it just a little bit closer to the front wall to get that big bounce. They move up. You get caught under the bridge. Excellent catch by Gino at the side wall. Ball from the 9 line. Excellent catch by Paul. Scoop by Gino is tipped on the left side. Paul has 3, Gino with 4. Paul has the serve.
Tough catch. Look at that by Paul, ranging back for it along the numbers, and then look at where the placement is, right at Gino's feet.
And you saw him settle it after he made the catch. Gino on the right side of the outside. Beautifully played. Outside placement will score for Gino. Gino has 5 points and a possible match point.
Yeah, he committed a little too hard here. I mean, you see Gino the entire way. Paul's moving up into the inside part of the court.
And Gino can see him do it.
Right. So, yeah. It's hard to stop your momentum and give yourself a chance to make that play.
Oh. Outside placement by Paul. Stopped by Gino. Soft touch by Gino. Paul's on the move.
Yeah,
he will not get there. That is point. Match for Gino.
Strong showing again by Gino. Again, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think we saw him in the singles bracket last year. I double-checked. I went through it a few times, and it's a guy we see in doubles, always makes a run, and now doing it in singles on his own. He's advancing into the quarterfinals. Up next, moving right along, we have Rastock against Adam.
There you have your favorite brackets, Andrew.
So good to see.
I know you love those brackets.
Going into the bottom left here, we'll see Rastock and Adam concluding the action here in this bottom left part. Coming up next, we'll see, after this, we'll see Ari and Armenta and move our way down the right side of the bracket.
Breaking up a doubles team to have them play against each other in singles.
How about that?
Tough environment.
Just a couple seconds away from the start. See the clock winding down. Rastock will serve to Adam. There's a serve. We begin with a perfectly placed serve by Rastock to get him on the board first.
A certain owner of a certain Fronton once asked me, he said, no, he can't possibly be doing that at 60 plus years old. And it's like, oh, yeah, he can. Yes, he can.
Oh, that serve died off the front wall. 2 in a row for Rastock.
He got a little help from the court on that one. That took a bit of a wonky bounce off of the side wall. It killed it. He'll take it, though.
Another ace beats him to the inside. That's 3 in a row for Rastock.
Rastock crossing the wall perfectly. Ball's coming to the inside, staying close to the side wall, and scoring.
Well, that one died coming off the back wall. That's going to get him on the board with his first point.
So there will be no shutout. As we saw earlier, Adam's capable of putting some points up on the board. Let's see if he does it again.
Big serve, but just an over serve.
Very close to the line. It touches any part of the line, it's over. But that was maybe a inch shy of being a perfect serve.
With a backhand on the inside, cut off by Rastock. He floats it deep to the inside. Here's Adam. Able to pass. Rastock saves the rebote. Adam waiting for it inside. Tough catch up overhead. Scoop by Rastock. Backhand. Not past Adam. Quick release to keep it in play.
Adam's been doing a really good
Drop
job
shot,
on that scoop.
dropped in to score.
Oh, and Rostock's getting hell from the audience. You hear that?
And some boos.
It's so rare that we hear
chorus of
boos here at
boos
Magic
for
City.
the
I mean,
drop
we read
shot.
about them online, but we never see them in person. Boy.
So possible match point here for Rostock. That'll do it. Point, set, and match. Rostock wins it 6-1.
So Rostock doing what we've seen him do year after year here in the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship. Also happens to be, again, I know I've said this about a couple guys here, but happens to be one of the nicest guys in the building, period. Our first year, always willing to help out with centas and anything we needed. There's a bracket.
There it is, Stu. As we're now done with the left side, working our way from the right down. Ari in Armenta, then Petro takes on Monty. When we finish up the right side of the singles bracket, we will go back over to doubles and play the round of 16 over there.
Having a 2004 flashback to Fort Pierce. Armenta and Ari
Yes.
playing singles against each other. Great to see. It's one of the best things about this tournament, bringing together faces from almost all of the Frontons in the United States at one time or another. Players who played at Dania, Palm Beach, Hartford, Milford, Newport. I could just read all the closed highlight Frontons if I
going.
want, but yeah.
Ari was prepared. Now, let the record show. He knew it. I went to look to him. He said, hey, I know I'm serving.
Ari serves. That first serve gets away from him, hits the overhead screen, which is out of play. That's loss of point. No, there are no do-overs. Good thought, though. First point for Armenta. Ari on the backhand to the inside. On the wall, it scores. We're tied up 1-1. Ari serves.
Perfect placement right there by Ari. The backhand is low, it's hard, and it's right along the sidewall. Such a tough catch. And a great throw to knot things up 1-1 early on.
Here's a backhand by Armenta. It's a backhand 2-all, and it lands in and scores. 2 points for Armenta. Armenta serves.
Well, he told us he watched Magic City, and if he didn't tell us that, that was a good example right there. The backhand 2-wall. Don't see it a whole lot, but it is effective, particularly here, and it scores.
Beautiful catch by Ari. Here's a backhand from the 12 line. Robote left side. Ari, one-handed grab. The 2-wall hits the pad. That's a 3rd point for Armenta. Armenta will serve.
You could just tell, never had full control of that ball in the basket, and that's why he threw a shot low into the pad. You see there a little bit of a, kind of caught the frame, juggled, not exactly sure, but the result, throws it low right in the pad. Never had it, couldn't make a shot off it.
Over serve. That's a point for Ari. Ari with 2 points. Armenta with 3. Ari has the serve. Armenta with the 2-all, long 2-all. That opens up and scores. Beautifully executed by Armenta. That's 4 points for Armenta.
I haven't seen this a whole lot today, and this is deep in the backward, about the 10 line.
That's
Best
a
one
really
we've seen
well thrown 2-wall.
You see how it opens up? Already making his way into the net and didn't get the ball.
Beautiful catch by Ari off a low hard serve by Armenta. Robote left side. That beautifully thrown by Armenta. Caught a little too much sidewall and is out of play. Ari with 3 points, Armenta with 4. Ari has the serve.
And just trying to turn nothing into something right there. If he digs out that Robote, he's expecting Ari to move up on it and throw a shot. So he thought, hey, why not go for it while he's falling down to the ground? Just pushed it a little out of play.
Very powerful backhand by Armenta, caught by Ari. Ari with a drop shot. Armenta takes off. Got his cesta on the ball, was unable to bring it in. That point goes to Ari. We are tied up 4-4 is the score. Ari serves.
A long run here. Armenta, you see, got the tip, but again, just couldn't bring the ball into the basket and have full control as he went to make the throw.
All the way to the front wall. I mean, running full bore, and, you know, the ball was in his cesta, but no control over it. All tied up at 4-4, playing a 6. Armenta on the backhand, a little 2-all play. The scoop attempt is missed by Ari on the forehand. That is 5 points for Armenta. Possible match point.
Again, little backhand 2-all. It's just a difficult scoop here on the right side. If Ari's in position, still, I mean, low percentage, catching that probably about 50%, if not less.
On his right side. You give it to Ari on his left side, he's going to catch it. He's going to catch it all. This powerful backhand by Ari. Robote by Armenta to the inside. Ari, great catch. Fakes the 2-all, keeps this one inside and avoids the overhead screen. Armenta, what a great effort by Armenta. Head first into the side wall, but that ball lands wide. Tremendous effort by Armenta. Yes, we'll give you more applause back here, too. Way to go. We're right where we should be, 5-5. This is match point. Ari serves.
Love the sportsmanship between these two doubles partners. Obviously, a lot of respect for one another. Just 1 point to decide this match.
I think we have an untied shoe. Yes, we have an untied shoelace. Sometimes you go to the judge. Sometimes you go. Sometimes you go the. No, that's not. If he trips on that, he's kind of screwed. So no, we like his shoes to be tied. Possible match point. Armenta on the catch, backhand. Beautifully thrown backhand. Ari's there, beautiful Robote save. Armenta going for it on the right, comes up with it. Ari follows it to the outside, has it. Powerful forehand. This is crossing. Armenta gets in there, he makes the save. It falls just short. Tremendous effort by both Ari and Armenta. Ari gets the win.
Great match. And tough, one of these guys had to ultimately lose it, and you see the respect there once again. You'll see them together in doubles, and they hope they take it as far as they can. A beautiful catch on the inside here by Armenta, but that's the throw he'd like to have back. Outside placement, not outside enough, sets up a difficult Robote. Love the effort again. I mean, got a lot on it, but just a bit short. 6-5, Ari advances. So up next, we have Petro and Monty.
there you have your brackets. As time expires, Petro serves. We'll get 2 judges on the court, and Petro will have the serve.
There's a serve. We begin. Back to the inside. Caught low on the left side of Petro. Floats it back. Monty. Tough grab overhead. High scoop made on the inside by Petro. Low runner now. Here's Monty. Ball tipped. Monty out first here in our next match.
Yeah, Petro with a rare miss there. Again, a lot of these guys, you know, when it comes to the right side, they get a little shaky. Petro, that hasn't been the case, but on the left side, definitely better. Monty's got an unusual form that throws his opponents off. That's a tough one.
Cortada about the 11th line. That's perfect. Petro ties it up, 1-1. Now Monty from the 10. High to the inside, Robote dying and scoring. That's an ace. Perfect serve there for Monty. It's a 3-1 lead.
A little unexpected, but let's see what Petro's able to do here. Good for Monty. I mean, Monty's got that serve crossing the sidewall beautifully.
Petro gets up there. Floats this one a little bit higher. Monty with another great catch. Robote to pass. Petro sent it too high. It's up in the screen. 4-1. Monty leads.
Monty's got quite a lead here. Now you just need to make sure you don't do anything to mess it up. I mean, Petro can, you know, we've seen in years past, he can turn it on any time. And the Fernandez jersey helps.
I'm most impressed with Monty's catching, though.
Oh, yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, much improved from some previous years. Backhand dropping a little lower. Monty with a chance at the Robote. That's a good save. It clears the screen. It's floating on the wall. Tough grab by Petro. Monty's got it in the middle of the court. Forehand, he winds it up. Able to pass to the inside. Now Petro makes another save. Monty backs up to the outside. Here's the forehand. Comes in a little bit lower. Tough bounce picked up by Petro. Long drop shot. He got the first bounce and the second to score.
Yeah,
2 points.
Monty really got trapped behind him and on his right. I mean, look where Monty's standing behind the 11 line. Really, any kind of any kind of drop shot just has to make contact with the front wall. Monty's fast enough, but not that fast.
Robote 2-0 for Petro. Shot deep in the backcourt, opens and scores. Deficit's just 1 now. Petro serves.
Just beautifully executed by Petro. Nice 2-0.
Monty, softer touch to the inside. Wow. That will score. Okay. He's brought it to 5 points, possible match point.
Monty has a chance to finish this off, and Monty eliminating Petro based on previous Usnjacs, that would be a surprise.
Petro from the inside keeps it there. Monty runs under it, makes the catch. Fires it back high into the corner. Robote forehand pushed up the middle. Monty on the bounce, makes the catch. Another drop shot. Petro all over this one. Gets there. Up at the 4 line. Returns a drop shot to score.
A drop shot. He gets a drop shot. 4-5. Monty still has a chance here. Oh, these drop shots from deep in the backcourt. Guy, don't throw them.
Monty from the 10, shoots it back inside, catch by Petro. Low bullet, Monty backing up. Oh, he scooped it up on the right side. Tough throw.
Traffic.
Nice catch. Backhand to the outside is perfect.
Smart play.
Right time to break it out. Ties it at 5-5. So This is it. Match point. Petros serves.
Backhand to the outside. Smart play at the right time.
Monty opens up again, drops it at Petros' feet, backing up. He scooped it up. Hard throw inside. Monty again makes the catch, sends it deep. This one past Petros, looking for the rebote. Keeps it inside, a little clip. Monty's forehand kicks off the sidewall. Even tougher scoop. Petros got it again. Now Monty from the 11. Backhand right at his feet. High scoop
Oh my
is
goodness,
missed.
he got him.
Point and match. Monty takes it on the final point, 6-5. And congratulations to Monty advancing into the quarterfinals. So top right part of the bracket is done. Moving to the bottom right with Gravedigger and Rigo. And then Super Jules against Magic Mike. There's our full bracket. One quadrant left here in this round of 16. Last year's champion in singles, Gravedigger, looking for a repeat against Rigo here. First year in the singles and I believe the doubles bracket, unless he's played under a different name previously. But shown us a lot in that first match. He's got great skills, good form. We'll see if he can pull off the upset here against last year's winner.
This is an interesting matchup, no question about it. It's about to begin, about 5 seconds.
Gravedigger will have the serve.
Gravedigger serves, our match begins. That ball drops short, coming out of the service box and scores. Gravedigger's on the board with the first point. Here's a fine catch by Rigo. Backhand. Forehand to the inside. Rigo, tremendous catch there on the left side. Gravedigger, drop shot. Rigo reads it, tries to get there, just shy. 2 points for Gravedigger.
Drop shot to the outside, too, which is rarely thrown, but highly effective by Gravedigger.
He knows the court.
Yeah, switches it up right here.
I mean, this catch, though, yeah, that's just a beautiful catch by any standard. Beautiful scoop and good control. Ball in and out of the cesta up at the 8 line. 3 points for Gravedigger. He serves.
And Rigo moving up on that ball as it is floating after it made contact with the side wall. It's got a lot of spin and really a more difficult ball to catch than you would ever think.
Yeah, moving up on a floater is just tough.
Yeah, never, usually doesn't work out.
There's a backhand by Rigo. Scoop by Gravedigger. Gravedigger sent that one a little too high. That hit the overhead screen, which is out of play. Gravedigger with 3, Rigo with 1. Rigo serves. Nice backhand. Rebote. Rebote forehand, up, and away. That hit the overhead screen. Gravedigger gets the point. 4-1. Gravedigger serves.
Yeah, Rigo backpedaling and never turned around to face the front wall. Never really a good sign, and just kind of a last-ditch effort to get the ball up there and maybe continue the rally.
Floater stopped by Rigo. Rigo just puts it inside. Rigo from the forehand. Good catch by Gravedigger. Rigo now from the 10 line. Karam is out. A 5th point for Gravedigger. Possible match point.
Tough. Finally had Gravedigger trapped to the inside. He had all the room to throw a shot. Just comes down to execution and pushed it a little bit.
Here's the backhand. Caught in the air by Gravedigger. Robote not coming out. Point and match to Gravedigger.
Gravedigger moving on to the quarterfinals. Solid showing over Rigo there. One match left. Super Jules and Magic Mike close out this round of singles. You said one match left here in singles. Magic Mike against Super Jules, and then we'll go back to doubles. We'll have DiCarlo and Super Jules against Machina and Lassa. So Super Jules with a back-to-back here, regardless of the result. Super Jules will have the serve now, ready to begin. Final match of this round of singles. There's a serve, we begin. Ball missed on the inside, that will give Magic Mike first point. High bouncing serve, Super Jules is under this one. From the 9 line, looking to pass, he does. Magic Mike, that's a long run. Robote comes up short. Super Jules ties it 1-1. Quick release there by Magic Mike. Floats it up inside. Super Jules runs under it. Powerful throw. Crossing into the corner. Magic Mike Robote comes up short again to the outside. Super Jules leads 2-1.
I think they went. Did it look like it was closer to Super Jules than it was? Or
it went over his head. I don't know how close it was.
Head or shoulder, something like that. I mean, bad to be almost get hit and beat at the with the same ball off the same throw. That kind of very much adding insult to injury.
That's a nice serve caught in the corner. Magic Mike floats it. Oh, but that caught just a piece of that overhead screen. Any part out of play. 3-1, Super Jules leads.
I don't know if Magic Mike was trying to make that like a backhand something or other, or he just wasn't able to throw a fluid backhand, but
soft touch on the forehand. Super Jules got there, but couldn't make the catch.
Super Jules going around. He had it on the left side, preferred it on the right. Don't know if he was thinking about a shot or felt more comfortable with it on the right, but may have just reached out and grabbed it. Just not able to.
All missed on the inside by Magic Mike. That'll give Super Jules his 4th point and the serve.
Again, Super Jules just maintaining his focus. 4-2.
Tough grab on the inside, but again, didn't have control. Sent it up in the overhead screen. 5 points. Possible match point for Super Jules.
Yeah, that caught Magic Mike before. Got him again. Don't know if it was quick release intentionally or just not able to complete the throw.
Tough grab there by Magic Mike. That one clears the screen. Super Jules waits. Makes the catch up of the 8. Backhand to the outside. Long run. Magic Mike again saves it over his head. Super Jules from the outside. Powerful throw. Magic Mike reaches up. Makes the catch. Backhand above the pad. Ooh, Super Jules got there. Drop shot. Will score for the win.
Very well done.
Nice point to close it out. Point and match. Super Jules wins it 6-2 over Magic Mike.
See the warm-up here for going back to doubles. Got about a minute left before we begin our doubles match. Super Jules will be coming a quick turnaround, coming right out. Seconds to go before we begin our next match. Once again, you are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championships, the Masters division. Again, the amateurs out today. Amateurs and some former professionals mixed in. With about 15 seconds to go before we begin our next match, going back to the doubles bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, moving back to doubles. DeCarlo has the serve. DeCarlo serves, we begin. Machina moves in, here's the backhand. That ball will score coming off the rebote. First point goes to Lassa and Machina, 43.
Yeah, got to make that decision pretty quickly. Super Jules hesitated, thought about the catch, and then by the time he turned to look for the rebote, the ball was at him, almost by him.
Served by Lassa, stays inside all the way and scores. That is an ace. 2 points for Lassa and Machina, 43. Lassa serves. Jules on the catch. Here's the backhand. Machina on the forehand. Rebote for Machina. Super Jules on the catch. Hard forehand. Caught by Machina at the 8 line. Rebote. To the inside. Machina's there. Beautiful catch by Super Jules. Backhand. Machina at the side wall with control makes the save. Machina now from the 9 line. Excellent catch by Super Jules. Backhand. Machina keeping it deep. Rebote dropping. Saved by DiCarlo. Lassa sends it back again. DiCarlo for the rebote. Soft 2-all. Lassa cannot hold on to it on the forehand. That is a point for DiCarlo and Super Jules. DiCarlo serves.
A great point here early in this match, and should become accustomed to seeing these type of points in this round of doubles. Some great teams left, really good players, and really all 4 can do something with the ball. Well played point there, just to drop on the outside. Great opportunity. Give DiCarlo and Super Jules on the board.
There's the backhand by Machina. Rebote coming out. Rebote by Super Jules. That's beautifully played from the backcourt. Losses there. Ball goes off the tip in the backcourt. That's a 3rd point for Lassa. And Machina 43, Lassa serves. Super Jules on the catch. There's the backhand. Machina from the 11 line. Powerful throw. Super Jules reaching around Machina to make the catch. Forehand to the inside. Here's Lassa. Lassa on the backhand. Wall to wall. Rebote coming out. Interference ruled. The point will be replayed.
First interference call we've seen today.
First interference call of the day. I mean, that's, yeah. So, contact was made between the players. DiCarlo was moving to the ball. Here's the backhand to the inside. Low to the inside, and Super Jules on the catch. Another fine catch by Super Jules. Here's Lassa. Backhand. Excellent catch by Super Jules again. The backhand, though, hits low. That is a 4th point for Lassa and Machina 43. Lassa serves.
Yeah, they're trying to thread the needle where that one just kind of escaped on him a little bit. And come out either low or high, and that one, the latter. Oh, sorry, the former. Low into the pad, and as we've seen, that is bad. 4-1. Machina lost the lead.
Excellent catch by Super Jules. That backhand gets away from him. Hits too low. 5 points for Lassa and Machina 43. Possible match point.
Another one coming out low. You saw Super Jules check the basket because sometimes it could have a crack near the tip, and that could cause it, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
Forehand by Super Jules. Machina takes it on the bounce. DiCarlo, drop shot to the inside. 2 players there. Lassa gets it. Big backhand. Stopped by Super Jules. Super Jules on the backhand, keeps it inside, and Machina from the 8 line. Here's DiCarlo, backhand. Machina with the forehand. DiCarlo again, winds up. Costado is in and stopped by Lassa. Lassa returns a carom to score. Point and match to Lhasa and Machina. They advance.
Well, really a dominant performance there by Machina and Lhasa. 6-1 over DeCarlo and Super Jules. Not a bad two-wall here, just a better catch on the outside, and then a carom, just enough contact with the sidewall first to open and score for the win. So King and El Contador get another chance, and Gino and Hot Toddy coming up next.
Here we see the warm-up, another doubles match as we move through. The U.S. National Jai-Alai Championships, the Masters Division. Don't forget that tomorrow. That is Saturday. World Supercourt. The best Jai-Alai players in the world return to Magic City. That is tomorrow. They've actually been playing now for about a week, most of them. We'll be playing all day tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. with the big finals for both World Supercourt and the USN JAC on Sunday. There's your bracket.
Bracket there as we're making our way from the left down. King and El Contador against Gino and Hot Toddy. There's the whistle. We're ready to go. There's a serve by King. We begin. Todd from the left side, backhand along the wall. Clean miss by El Contador. The rebote a little too high. Gino and Hot Toddy on the board. First point.
Your rebote is against the sidewall, a little difficult. That one hitting the overhead screen before the front wall, out of play.
Forehand over the top there by Todd. Here's El Contador, nice catch. Big forehand, just clears the screen. Gino to the inside, stopped by El Contador. Quick release on the backhand, right back to Todd. Contador from the 10 line, pushes it up the middle. Gino goes for that three-wall play. King knows where to be, in position, but could not save the rebote.
As they say, Jai-Alai, a game of inches. He was a few inches away. Gino gets the point and the serve. Under serve.
First point for King and El Contador. That is an overserve. Third point for Gino and Todd. Ball missed off the serve. Make it 4-1.
Good serve. In and out of the cestic goes on the forehand. Tough break there.
El Contador forehand inside. Todd with a great stop. Backhand. Just missed. That brings us to 5 points. A possible match point for Gino and Todd.
See if Gino is able to finish off here, or if King and El Contador can mount a comeback. No comeback.
Ball missed off the serve. Point and match. Gino. Hot Toddy wins 6-1. 6-1 victory, Gino. And Hot Toddy moving on like they did last season. As we'll move down the bracket. Bottom left quadrant now, Machete and Reed take on Rastak and Petro. Then Douglas and Adam against Armenta and Ari.
Douglas, Adam, Ari, Armenta on deck. We move from the bracket to the practice. Some familiar faces out here. So, yeah, Machete and Reed had and I've been butchering the name. I don't know if he wants to go by Machete or Machete. So I've just kind of been going back and forth and figure I'll get corrected at some point. But I'm talking about the guy in the yellow shirt. Reed with the red shirt and back. There's a little confusion about when they were supposed to be practicing, and this train stops for nothing. So this time, they're ready to go.
After the first match, they learned. You know?
Yeah,
they said, we're getting on.
Hey, they won, so, you know.
And they did win.
Yep. And here they are.
Yeah, and then they get rewarded with the defending champions from last year. Rastak and Petro haven't been beaten in quite a while out on this court and doubles. See if these guys can do it. Machete and Reed will serve.
Machete serves, we begin. Petro on the backhand. Here's Reed from the 12 line to the inside. Rostock to the inside, big bounce. Reed back at the 13 line from the forehand. Petro gets in there. Here's the backhand from the 10 line. Floater picked up by Machete. Rostock to the inside. Reed's there. Backhand from the 11. The kill shot score. Man, you guys don't like, what is it? You don't like, Rostock's been throwing Dejadas for 40 years. Leave them alone, for God's sakes. They're landing.
He says 45.
45 right? Years. It's a good Dejada. Serve it.
Yeah, you know. Got to stop it, folks, you know.
Reed on the catch. Here's the backhand. Reed, good pick up there on the left side. Backhand stays to the inside. Petro from the 12 line. Good catch in the front court. Reed picks it up on the bounce. Backhand does not clear the overhead screen. Second point for Rostock and Petro. Rostock serves. There's a backhand by Reed. Petro cuts it off. Backhand to the inside. Ball tipped in the backcourt. Third point for Rostock and Petro. Petro serves.
That's just a tough miss coming right to him. And hits right off the frame of the basket. So frustrating, but Rostock and Petro more of the same. Just such a consistent team. It's hard to get one by him and get on the board. Ooh.
There's the backhand. Reed's there. Backhand from the 9 line. Petro to the inside. Reed takes that off the wall. It's a fine catch. Petro now from the 11 line. Backhand to the inside. Machete. Cortada. That scores. I don't know if this crowd is rooting equally for both teams. I got a feeling here. I could be wrong, but Machete serves. Oh, my. Reed reads it. He gets up there, will not get there before the second bounce. A drop shot scores again for Rostock.
Look, you know, the crowd's booing, but he did add a little flair. That was it. Yeah, look, that was risky. He could have given the point away. I give him credit for stepping it up. He didn't throw just to catch it and throw it from the 10 line. It was a trickier one. I like that.
Rostock will serve. There's a backhand by Reed. Rostock's there. Backhand to the inside. Reed on the catch. That just missed. Ball hits the pad, and the pad is bad. Possible match point for Rostock and Petro. Rostock serves.
You could hear Reed telling Petro the same thing. He was bouncing around in there, didn't have full control. And almost made it. Just coming up a little short.
Here's a backhand to the inside. Machete, catch on the forehand. Plays it hard. Petro on a high scoop on the forehand. Puts it back to the inside. Reed, tough grab. Not completed in the backcourt. That is point and match for Rostock and Petro, taking it 6-1 and advancing. And the crowd goes wild. You guys want to know why we don't let people in here, right? You know, all those complaints we've been reading? You should let people in. No, we're fine. We're happy here. It's Rostock, for good sakes. Okay, moving on. Yes, we let our viewers in on a little of the humor here. So it's like the beginning of a bad joke. What do you do when you load a highlight Fronton with former highlight players? You talk back to them from the announcer's booth.
Well, crowd's getting rowdy, you know, been here a while.
Yeah.
Again, it is a credit to Rostock and, you know, kind of the way he's played the last couple of years. I mean, the crowd is over it. They've seen him throw these drop shots. They've seen him have a lot of success, and at some level, certainly a sign of respect, some of those boos coming in. About 20 seconds away from our next doubles match. You saw the bracket there for a moment. That's Douglas and Adam against Armenta and Ari.
Kevin, Jermaine, Matt, and Rule on deck.
And there's that bottom left portion of the bracket with Adam and Douglas against Ari and Armenta. Then we'll make our way from the right side down. Kevin and Jermaine, TV, Matt, and Rule up next. There's the serve. We begin. Ari, powerful backhand from the left side, brought in by Adam. Beautiful catch. Here's Armenta. Powerful throw again. Adam stands in. Armenta even harder from the right side. Scoop. Missed. Armenta and Ari, first point.
Adam's certainly been doing better throughout the day, coming up with some clutch catches and scoops. Just in that case, missed the scoop.
That is an overserve. Point for Douglas and Adam.
Got to get that ball between the 4 and 7 on the serve. See Douglas the first walking back to the service line.
Hard throw by Ari.
Oh!
Douglas can't get there for the rebote. That's the second point. Armenta and Ari.
Seemed like Adam knew it. Once it went past him, it's not so much a chula, but just that spot that will not give much rebote coming out. So not much to do with that.
Quick release there by Adam. Backhand cut off by Armenta. There's a low runner. Adam all alone. He scoops it up. Now Ari from the 10 line. Plays it high and hard. Rabote coming for Douglas now.
That's a great save.
That's a 2-all. It opens up. Armenta's right there. Cortada ripped above the pad, and it scores.
Armenta did not leave much space between the ball and that pad. That was a beautiful Cortada thrown, crossing the wall nicely. Very well done.
Adam with a strong backhand to the inside. Rabote coming out. Diving save by Ari. Here's Douglas. Costado. Whip to pass. Oh, not past Ari. Nice catch there in the backcourt. Adam, quick release again. Scooped up by Ari. Backhand to wall. Douglas takes it in. Cortada just above the pad, and
Very
it
well
scores.
thrown. Very well thrown. A lot of control by Douglas there. Ari was on it, but when that ball's coming off that side wall, good luck trying to make that catch. Tough play. Douglas has a serve.
Armenta thought about it, lets it pass to the backcourt. Here's Ari. This one opens up, long run for Douglas. Great effort, but hooked it.
James tried to get back there to throw it, but sorry, Douglas first tried to get back there to throw it, just not able to make the play.
4-2 lead for Armenta and Ari. Ari calls him off early. Great communication, but the Rabote a little too high. That's up in the overhead screen, out of play. Cuts the deficit to just 1 here. Doug serves.
I'll tell you, Adam gets rid of that ball so quick on the left side. And I've been saying that all day, but it's, I mean, we're hearkening back to like 1940s and 50s highlight.
Tough scoop there by Ari along the wall. Sends it back. Here's Douglas. High and deep, but Ari able to make the catch in the air. Adam from the 10 line. Hard to the inside. Just dropped by Armenta. 4-4 is the score. Douglas and Adam serve.
Tough catch for Armenta. Ari wasn't in position to call him off. He was getting there, but if Armenta had it, should have gone for it, which he did. Just couldn't stop it in his basket.
Adam, low runner inside. Ari calls him off, scoops it up.
Ari called that one loud.
Adam steps in for the Rabote. He lays it up. Armenta looking for it on the outside, makes the catch, winds it up, sends it a little high and deep. Adam all alone. Diving save is short.
Good effort.
5 points, possible match point here for Armenta and Ari.
I don't care how long ago you played professional or how recently, the floor never gets any easier. But the older you get, yeah, the concrete becomes just harder. That much harder. Yeah, it does. No question about it.
That is a powerful serve. That scores for the win. Point and match. Armenta and Ari win it 6-4. Tevin and Jermaine making their way back out to the court. We'll take on TB Matt and Rule. Up to the right side of that bracket now. Toto and Gravedigger take on Dos Equis and Conrado up next. Then Brody and Ant against Beach and Goya. After these 3 doubles matches, we'll go back to singles for the quarterfinal round. Folks, we appreciate you tuning in today and sticking with us in what is one of the longer days of highlight action we have.
We've gotten
And
better at it,
how
though. I
about-
mean, when we first started, I mean, the day just went like, it was like a 10-hour day.
Yeah.
It was like a 10-hour day. And
Well,
Scott said, you're
seriously,
fine.
the
I said, really, I
first-
feel like I'm going to drop dead if I announce one more game. He said, you look great.
Well, it feels so bad because the first tournament, I look back at it, was like 7.5 or 8 hours, both days.
Yeah.
And that was a different era where we had pros and amateurs competing together, and
You
it was
learn
one
and you
big
grow.
bracket. And
You learn and you grow.
Yeah.
Look how great it is now. And look what happens tomorrow.
yeah,
World Super Court. The best of the best here tomorrow all day.
we get to crown a doubles champion, best team in the world,
Period.
right here.
On Sunday. There's a serve by Tevin. We begin. TV Matt from the forehand to the inside. Jermaine tip ball at the 12 line. First point goes to Jewel and TV Matt. Jewel serves.
Couple misses from Jermaine in the backcourt in their first match, and able to get the win in the end, but like to see him square that away here earlier on, because it's just going to get tougher as they go through these rounds.
Big backhand by Jermaine. That took off and hit the overhead screen. Just out of play. That's the second point for Rule and TV Matt. Rule serves.
Another issue we saw in that first match, just didn't have control of the ball, sent it way up high in the overhead screen.
Jermaine from the forehand to the inside. TV Matt, what a catch. Backhand. Tevin, hard to the inside. Robote, forehand. With a light touch, Tevin's on it. Outside placement
That's a good
scores for Tevin. Well thrown. Tevin and Jermaine on the board with a point. Tevin serves.
Beautiful outside placement right there by Tevin. Opened up, showed you exactly where he was going to throw it, but threw it at such a sharp angle that there was no chance for the defense.
TV Matt from the forehand. Scoop high
what
on the
a
forehand
catch.
of Tevin. Hard to the inside. Big bounce. Brought down by TV Matt. Jermaine tip ball at the 10 line. A third point for Rule. And TV Matt, Rule serves. There's the serve. TV Matt on the backhand. Good catch. That's on the wall the whole way, and it scores. Beautifully thrown by TV Matt. 4 points for Rule and TV Matt.
Been an impressive start for Rule and TB Matt. I mean, look at the placement of this ball. It's right along the side wall. You can't place it any better. Even tripped up Tevin there.
The form's a little wonky, but the result is excellent. Jermaine gets up there. He makes the save and scores on the forehand return. Tevin and Jermaine are on the board with 2 points. Tevin serves.
It's just a big play for Jermaine, number one, to keep him in this match. And number two, it's just a difficult spin. I mean, he's able to make that catch, sends it high to pass, and gets his team a critical point. Could have been 5-1. Instead, just a 2-point deficit. It's one to look back at if they come back and win it.
Tevin midcourt. Costado to the inside. Scoop attempt is tipped. That's a third point for Tevin and Jermaine. Tevin serves.
Really smart throw by Tevin, keeping Rule to the outside when he winds up the Costado, leaving TB Matt on an island to make that catch.
It's a backhand by TV Matt. Tevin's there. Tevin low and hard. TV Matt again. Backhand. Scoop attempt by Tevin is tipped. That's 5 points and a possible match for Rule and TV Matt. Miss serve, loss of point. 4 points for Tevin and Jermaine. Tevin has the serve. Excellent catch by TB Matt. Tevin's there. Tevin on the backhand. TB Matt now from the forehand. Passes Tevin. Robote dropping. Saved. Into the pad it goes. My, oh my. Point, set, and match. Yes, I said set two for Rule and TB Matt.
Quite the win there for Rule and TB Matt, upsetting Tevin and Jermaine and advancing to the quarterfinals. TB Matt in the back made a ton of great catches back there, going toe-to-toe with Tevin. I mean, firing at him constantly, and he was right there. So up next, we got Toto and Gravedigger against Dos Equis and Conrado. Ooh, heavyweight matchup here in the round of 16.
There you see the top right corner. Top right corner. There's that darn button that I always forget to press. TB Matt playing there with Rule. TB Matt doing some great work there at the side wall. Impressive play. Advancing. We're now about to watch Toto and Gravedigger going up against Dos Equis and Conrado.
Got some great talent on the court amongst these four players. Toto and Gravedigger will serve to Dos Equis and Conrado. There's a serve. We begin our next match. Big backhand there by Conrado. Hits high off the back wall. Robote to the outside, a little too high. That caught the overhead screen and out of play. Dos Equis and Conrado on the board first.
Yeah, just out of play. The Robote, as it's coming to you, kind of sets its own pace as it comes into the cesta. That one sailed high.
Or to the inside, knocked down by Conrado. That ties it up, 1-1.
Rare miss by Conrado. Conrado's been spot on there as far as his catching is concerned. That ball just missed at the side wall. Tough play.
Conrado navigates some traffic, gets a backhand off from the 10. Gravedigger reaching back behind him to pull it in. Conrado on the inside, forehand over the top, big bounce. Gravedigger with a one-handed grab. Conrado from the back, sends it high and deep again. Gravedigger steps out of the way. Toto lays up the Robote. Now Dos Equis, little bullet stopped in the air by Toto again. He goes deep, not past Conrado. Cut off by Toto on the left side, his backhand just does clear. Long Robote saved by Dos Equis, caught off by Toto. He faked the carom, put it inside Dos Equis. That's a tricky one, had a lot of spin and couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, that ball was coming off of the sidewall, kind of a split placement, but the spin on it was even from back here. So when it hits the cesta, trying to catch it, you're trying to catch it, it's basically spinning the opposite direction that you're trying to make the catch.
Here's Norge from the 11 line to the inside. That's crossing the wall. Robote dug out by Conrado. What an effort. Gravedigger high scoop on the left side. Backhand opens up. Look at Dos Equis cutting it off up there in the front. Ooh, the forehand got away, kicked up into the overhead screen. 3-1. Yellow shirts, Toto and Gravedigger lead it.
Happened to Toto earlier, caught Dos Equis there.
Ball in and out of the cesta Dos Equis. That's 4 points.
So either you're going for the serve or the ball's coming at you, and you're going to try to make the catch, one or the other. That one was in and out of his cesta. 4 points for Toto and Gravedigger.
Oh, strong backhand by Conrado right up the middle. Toto knows where to be, saves the rebote. Dos Equis trying to run around it. Knocked it down. That's 5 points. Possible match point here for Toto and Gravedigger.
Some missed catches up there in the front court by Dos Equis. Conrado had a missed one earlier, but for the most part, it's been catching pretty well.
Conrado steps another one, sends it high and deep, right back to the left side of Gravedigger. Conrado, big backhand. Gravedigger, let it pass. Toto able to save the rebote. This is floating along the wall. Conrado. Hard backhand, wall to wall. Conrado, long cortada. Gravedigger picks it off the wall. Now Conrado again, lines up the forehand. Crosses again. Gravedigger in position, calls him off. Saves the rebote. Dos Equis looking to attack, but he dropped it. Point and match. Toto and Gravedigger win it 6-1. So final match here in this round of 16 in doubles. That'll be Brody and Ant against Goya and Beach. So let's take a look at that bracket here. We get to the bottom right and you see the top right there now complete. Toto and Gravedigger will take on TB, Matt, and Rule. But in the bottom right part of the bracket, you see Brody and Ant against Beach and Goya. Those are the only two teams left in this quadrant, so the winner of this match will get a bye in the quarterfinals and advance straight to the semifinal. And officially, now we can tell you guys for certain, we will play through the semifinals in singles, and we will play up to the semifinals in doubles. So the winner of this match, in that case, it'll be the last time that you see this team today. Brody and Ant take on Goya and Beach.
Brody serves, we begin. Beach with a tip ball back at the nine line. Brody and Ant with the first point of this match. Brody's got the serve. Beach advances. Here's the backhand to the inside. Ant is there. Beach on the forehand from the 11. Brody, backhand from the 7. What a scoop by Beach. Ant's there. Backhand from the 12. Beach from the 9. Brody reaches in. Costado to the inside scores. That's a point for Brody and Ant. Brody serves.
Well, great catch earlier on in the point by Beach, close to the side wall. That one equally tricky and arguably even harder with the right side sometimes compared to the left when you're trying to scoop it up.
Beach, good focus, moves up, makes the catch at the 8 line. That clears the overhead screen. Brody on the rebote. Little clip. Caught in the air by Matt. Ball scores, crossing the sidewall about the 9 line. Here's the serve.
That's a good one. Low runner, stayed low, crossing the wall. Everything you want to see with a winning shot right there to get him on the board.
Ant on the catch. Here's the backhand, powerfully thrown. Rebote, not coming out. 3 points for Brody and Ant. Brody's got the serve.
Well, the red shirts, Goya and Beach, communicating very well on that play. Goya called him off to save the rebote on his own, told Beach to get out of the way, but just
Beach,
didn't make it
and I
play
think
out
Beach
there.
thought that it was coming out a little bit more than it was, and yeah, that wasn't coming out there. Ball comes in low and scores. That's a point for Brody and Ant. That takes him to 4. Brody has the serve. Backhand by Beach. On the wall the whole way. Clean miss in the backcourt. Brody makes the save. Here's Goya. Goya on the backhand. Brody again. Difficult save. Oh, the backhand straight into the pad, and the pad is most definitely bad. Five points for Brody and Ant. Possible match point. Beach makes the catch, forehand to the inside. Difficult catch by Ant. There's the backhand. Rebote by Goya. Ant on the backhand. Beach, fine catch overhead. Pika. Ant's there. Beach, backhand from the 9. Beach on the forehand to the outside. Ball tipped. That will be a point for Goya and Beach. They have 3. Still possible match point for Brody and Ant. That serve lands in and scores dies coming out of the service box. That is a point for Goya and Beach.
A couple wonky things happen, a couple bad bounces, and next thing you know, it's just a few-point deficit. Got to stay in it if you're Ant and Brody. Can't lose focus now.
There's a backhand by Ant. A little too hard. That hits the overhead screen, which is out of play. 4 points now for Goya and Beach. Still possible match point for Brody and Ant. Brody going for the serve, knocked it down. So that makes it 5-5. This is match point.
That's a surprising effort there by Brody. I mean, going for the serve after he missed one earlier. His backcourt has missed one. All the pressure in the world now.
Excellent catch by Ant. Here's the backhand. Goya gets in there. Backhand. Ant on the catch. Hard backhand to the inside. Beach with another fine catch. Wonky bounce. Drops in and out of the cesta. Goya and Beach will win the match. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship live from the Magic City Jai-Alai Fronton in Miami, Florida. We have finished that round of doubles, moving back to singles. Makina and Tevin will play first. We'll then move on to Gino and Rostock, then jump to the other sides. Ari and Monty, then Gravedigger, and Super Jules.
There's a serve by Makina. We begin. Tevin, strong backhand into the corner. Robote left side, save just above the pad. Tevin stays up at the 6 line, delivers a strong throw in the corner. Robote, again, this one dropping low. Tevin scoops it into the drop shot. Dropped in to score. 2 bounces and a first point for Tevin.
Yeah, that ball was dying well before the, we often talk about a ball that's still in the air at the 4 line, That ball is well dead by the 3 line. That was very well done by Tevin.
A tough catch there, right on the numbers. Good control on the backhand, clears the screen. Tevin, fall down, Robote save to the inside, big bounce. Makina reaches up. Oh, what a stop there, right along the wall. Makina now at the 7. Oh, bolt again, stopped by Tevin. Ooh, ball missed by Tevin up there in the front court.
Waiting for Tevin to drop the ball. One can wait a very long wait. That ball was in and out of his basket.
That ties it up 1-1. Serve died off the front wall. Tevin moving up, cannot get there. 2 points for Makina.
Makina's focus has been really, really on today. As far as court experience, you got to tip your hat to Tevin here, but Makina's hanging in there, throw by throw, catch by catch.
Oh, bolt inside. What a catch by Makina. He sends it deep. Robote left side, up the middle.
Ooh.
Tip ball. Big tip. Ties it 2-2.
You often hear us say tipped, right? And that's why. See that ball? That ball went off the tip and shot straight up. Boom.
Makina delivers the backhand, cut off by Tevin. Costado, 2-wall.
Hit the pad.
Caught the pad.
Hit the pad.
Caught the pad.
Front judge is saying.
Ball was ruled out by the front court judge. It caught the pad.
Tito? Tito had signaled hit the pad, yes?
Tito, did he hit the pad?
What's the call?
Ball
Hit the
ruled
pad.
to have hit the pad. That is a 3rd point for Makina. He leads.
It's always important to clarify it.
Big backhand right into that corner. It's dying, and it scores. Tevin gets one back. 3-3.
Yeah, Tevin got, Makina got set in one position to try to make that Robote and just was about 3 inches ahead of that ball.
Tevin letting that one pass for Bote. 2-wall. 2 score. What a throw by Tevin. Got caught up in the net there. 4-3 lead for Tevin.
Makina makes a great effort, but here at Magic City, once you grab that screen with your left hand, point is over. Can't move the screen. He's really trying to brace himself here. He's not trying to give himself more room.
Yeah.
But he didn't make the throw anyway.
Right when he saw the hand go into the net, the whistle.
The whistle comes.
Bringing the whistle up.
Yeah.
All
We do
over
that
it.
because the screen is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Makina from the left side, low runner. Scoop missed by Tevin. 4-4 is the score. Makina serves.
Imagine Tevin's going to break something out here. I mean, he's got court familiarity. He's got more time on the court. But Makina's been hanging in there, point by point.
Strong backhand right into the corner. Left sider Bote. Slipped up by Tevin. Tevin on the 2-wall. It opens. Oh.
Makina maybe
did get there.
with a little too much time, just a little too much time, a little too tenuous walking up on this. Tevin throws at Karam. I mean, Makina's standing there. Makina moves there. Look, that's in his cesta, but just not able to make the catch. Everyone in the front row was as surprised as we were. Yeah.
That is an overserve. Touch or pass the 7 line.
5-5.
It is 5-5. This is match point. Makina serves.
I don't know that I would call it an upset if Tevin doesn't make it, but again, you know, he still might win it, but
It's a well-placed serve. Crossing the wall. Tevin from the 11. Pulled in. Oh, but dropped on the inside. Point and match. Tevin defeats Makina 6-5. Tevin advancing to the semifinals once again. Last year made it all the way to the final where he lost to Gravedigger. Looking to avenge that loss this season. Gino and Rastock making their way out to the court now. They'll begin some practice. Ari and Monty on deck. And Gravedigger and Super Jules. That'll close out the singles. There's our bracket. Again, folks, we will play the quarterfinal round, so this round of 8. Then we will play the semifinal round of singles as well. But in doubles, we'll just play the quarterfinal round, and that will be it. So our next round of doubles, it's the last doubles action you're going to see today. We'll keep explaining that as we go, folks. So, Gino and Rastock coming up now, just about 30 seconds away from the start of that match. Remember, Rastock advanced to the round of 16 last year. Gino, new to singles, making a nice run. Both players looking to advance to the semis with a win here, so you can claim their spot.
there's a serve by Gino. We begin. That's all right. That ball gets by Gino on the inside and scores. Rostock with the first point of the match. Gino on the backhand. Rostock advances. Backhand. Outside placement. Stopped by Rostock. Karam by Rostock with the soft touch. Opens and scores. Rostock gets the point and the serve.
Yeah, two very similar front quarters, both, I mean, some of the most skilled players you're going to see in this tournament. Rostock is just rangier than most. I mean, he can defend the entire width of this court.
He's always moving. You just watch him.
Yeah.
He's just always moving.
I mean,
He's always moving.
He got to that ball easily, and not a bad effort.
Here's the backhand by Gino. What a catch
man.
by Rostock on the wall. Yeah. Gino steps to the outside. Big right side. Clears the overhead screen. Robote, one-handed Robote save, 2-all by Rostock. Gino's there. Karam for the high bounce will land in and score. Gino gets the point.
A creative save. I mean, just keeping the rally going, but Gino taking advantage on the Karam on the return. Perfect throw here.
With a soft touch, too. Again, you just need to have it touch the front wall and land in. That's all you need it to do. There's a backhand by Rostock. Scoop attempt by Gino is tipped. Rostock gets the point. He leads 3-1.
It's a tough one for Gino. Again, moving up on the ball, but he leaves himself a more difficult catch than if he would have just backed up and taken it on the bounce.
Gino comes over the top. Picala. High scoop by Rostock. Drop shot by Rostock will store.
I mean, that's just good highlight.
Tremendous catch and tremendous throw by Rostock. He has 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, look at
just look at this. The scoop is tough, and then
to have the level of control to then throw a
but
drop
also, you see how clean it is. I mean, there's a slight hold, but he never stops his motion. No. Gino from the forehand. Rostock from the 9 line again. This one will go to the outside and scores. 5 points for Rostock. He has possible match point.
Showing you the full arsenal here. Some drop shots, and then this one to the outside. Looks like a backhand, and then at the last moment, he flicks it outside. That one you really have no chance.
Ball tipped.
I'll do it.
Point and match to Rostock.
Cruising into the semifinals, Tevin will match up with Rostock. So let's take a look at that bracket now. We'll move to the right side. We'll see Ari against Monty here first. Then Gravedigger against Super Jules. There's that bracket. On the right side, there you see Ari and Monty up at the top. And then the bottom with Gravedigger and Super Jules.
Andrew, do you know that when I started here, I had very little knowledge of what a bracket was?
And how would you say your knowledge is now?
Better.
Okay.
Better.
I think you sell yourself a little short. I think you know what.
Not in Highline. I'm just not used to that. I'm just not used to that. Not following other sports. It's like, time to submit our brackets, whenever March, whatever it is, comes around. It's like, I don't know what that means. No idea what you're talking about.
Going well today. It's been a great day of highline action.
Has been.
Back for the first time in what's been over
4 months?
About 4 months. Yeah, when we concluded our spring 25 battle court season. I guess it was winter 25 battle court, actually, I think was the proper name for it. We got battle court highlight beginning this Tuesday.
Already.
But we got the World Super Court qualifying day tomorrow, and then our championships, so the National Championship and the World Super Court on Sunday. Just a great weekend. Getting started. And we got Ari serving to Monty here. There's the serve. We begin.
Here's the catch by Monty. Monty to the inside. Robote by Ari.
Monty now at the forehand, fires it just above the pad, picked up by Ari. Costado up the middle, high scoop made by Monty. Kind of a 2-wall, it opens, and it scores. Little clip off the side wall, gets Monty on the board first.
This is where unconventional form will sometimes help a player, because I had no idea where the guy was throwing the ball.
Backhand to the outside by Ari. Got him there. Quick point ties it 1-1.
Placement to the outside. Again, someone's catching it on the backhand like you see Ari doing it here, and Ari is solid as anyone on the backhand. He's going to throw it most of the time to the inside. Didn't mess around with the backhand 2-wall, just threw it straight outside placement from the backhand. Well done. Some players have the ability to do it. He does.
Monty from deep in the backcourt fires it up the middle. Catch by Ari. Throws it just over Monty's reach, but he saves the rebote. Ari attacking up at the 4 line. Sends it to pass again. Giving Monty a chance at it. He's in position. Fall down rebote save. Ooh, right to Ari. Goes down to the outside. Monty scoops it up. 3-wall opens, and it scores. What an effort by Monty. Hang it in there. And he takes the point, 2-1.
Kudos to Monty, but got to say with Ari, whereas before he threw it away from him, Ari threw it to him. Every one of these throws, exactly right here. He's got the whole inside. He goes outside. Monty's standing right there. Ari knew it afterwards. And then the 3-wall play, yeah, just can't get out to it.
Low runner to the inside. Scoop. Missed. Ari gets one back.
When Ari's focused on the basics, he does it very well.
High bouncing serve crosses the wall. Monty, nice grab there at the 11. Ducks out of the way late. Ari saves a rebote to the outside. Oh, it died and scored.
Ari knew that that was going outside. I mean, Ari went to the right place to make the play. Monty seems confused by. Monty knows the Magic City bounces as well as anybody. Yeah.
That one floating again. Monty reads it. Makes the stop on the right side. Oh, what a scoop by Ari. 2-wall opens. But he grabbed the net with the offhand. He knows the rule. That's why he's smiling. And a 4th point goes to Ari.
And also throwing it on the other side of your body. I mean, yeah, you can't really throw the ball over your. You can't throw the ball over your shoulder. It's a decidedly good effort, but it's like you got ligaments and tendons that don't really appreciate you throwing the ball that way. (4-2) in favor of Ari.
Here's Monty on the right side. Sends it up. Caught by Ari.
Oh,
Coasty. Oh, to the outside. Caught here by Monty now. Sends it inside. High throw. 3-wall play. And it scores. Monty gets one back here. Deficit just 1 point now.
Monty's been out of it a couple times, and Ari's put him back in with positioning. We saw Monty come back earlier. He's capable of doing it again.
Low ball to the inside. Stopped there by Monty. Monty with the 2-wall. Not going to open. Ari from the outside sends it up the middle. Monty let it pass, but he saves the rebote. Great patience. Ari Costado into the pad.
That's got to be frustrating. Ari looking for the kill shot to the inside.
4-4 is the score. Monty serves.
Oh, my. It's a fun day.
High bouncing serve taken by Ari. A low runner to the inside. Tipped. Ari breaks the tie, leads 5-4. He's got a possible match point.
This is really where Ari needs to finish it. I mean, it kind of goes without saying. You know, you finish it here, obviously.
Yes.
He's done 5-5. Who knows what the heck's going to happen?
That's a nice backhand again. Hicks off the back wall, saved,
Too
but
high.
too high. So we are at 5-5. This is it. Match point. Monty serves.
This is not where, who knows what's going to happen. We'll see.
Backhand to the outside. Will it land in? It does, and scores for the win. Point and match. Ari on the decisive 11th point defeats Monty. But a hard-fought match to all the way around. Backhand to the outside. What a time to break it out. It was just a matter of where it was going to land, and it left a pretty clear mark in the boundary line, giving Ari a spot in the semifinals.
CRB knew, put it inside.
Yeah.
CRB, the backcourt judge.
Yeah,
there. I mean, yes, that is our CRB, but, you know, judging duty today.
So one match left in this singles round. And again, we will play through the semifinals in singles, so we will see Tevin against Rastock and then Ari against the winner of Gravedigger and Super Jewels, which is coming up right now. There's that bracket. You see Gravedigger and Super Jewels. Just one spot remains in the semifinals for two players. Who's going to take it? We'll find out right about now.
These guys played against each other a long time. There's a serve by Gravedigger. We begin. Backhand by Super Jewels. Gravedigger's there. Robote, forehand by Gravedigger to the inside. Super Jewels tip ball at the 8 line. First point of this match goes to Gravedigger in yellow. He serves.
It's a tough one. It's not a flashy catch when you go in there with one hand. Some players just seem to have more control when they go in there with one. So
Softer hands.
yeah,
Softer
again,
hands. The way
just kind of a miss there for Super Jewels, the way he's been catching the ball all day long.
Here's the backhand by Super Jewels. Wall to wall from the left side. Robote by Gravedigger. Super Jewels, that's
Tough
a beautiful
catch.
catch there at the 8 line. Big backhand. Robote forehand. Robote forehand by Gravedigger. Super Jewels mid-court on the right side. 2 pass. 2 all. Super Jewels stops it, but does not hold on. That point goes to Gravedigger in yellow. He serves.
Getting 2 points in a row, kind of the same mistake. I mean, ball coming right to Super Jewels and just unable to make that catch. I mean, surprising given what we've seen so far, but and giving Gravedigger a couple extra gifts early on is not a good recipe for success here.
Underserve, loss of point. Super Jewels serves. Oh, never. Gravedigger on the backhand from the 10 line. High and hard to the inside along the wall. Super Jules makes the save. Gravedigger on the catch. Super Jules, fine catch on the forehand. Right side to pass. It does. Rebote by Gravedigger. Super Jules attacks. He's got it. Drop shot will score. Well done by Super Jules. He'll serve.
Lost his footing on the throw, but still effective here. Makes the catch up high on the right side. Gets the drop shot off, and you see Gravedigger not even taking a step towards it. That's what you like to see when you throw the drop shots.
Absolutely.
And that ties it up.
Here's the backhand by Gravedigger to the inside. Robote. Gravedigger makes a stop. Drop shot to the outside.
Short.
Dropped into the pad. And the pad is most definitely bad. 3 points for Super Jules. He takes the lead and the serve.
Getting a little cute with that one. Trying to go to the outside. Super Jules read it, and maybe why Gravedigger put that one low into the pad. He knew he had to throw it perfectly.
Scoop attempt missed. Midcourt. Here's the backhand to the inside. Super Jules, beautiful catch there at the side wall. Big backhand. Robote coming out. Not by much, but Gravedigger gets it. Super Jules again, fine catch. Here's the backhand. That clears the overhead screen, straight to the back wall. Gravedigger's there. Karam will score. Well done by Super Jules. Super Jules has 4 points and the serve.
Just above the pad here. You see he's got Gravedigger trapped inside, so he goes for the 2-wall.
Flirting with the pad, but cleared it.
Yep. Just enough to score, though.
Ball missed off the serve. That is 5 points for Super Jules. Possible match point. This would be an upset. Backhand by Gravedigger. Robote. Robote by Super Jules. High to the front wall. Big bounce. Stopped by Gravedigger. Gravedigger sends that one high. Robote forehand to the inside. Saved by Super Jules. 2-all.
Oh, not enough.
Read by Super Jules. From the forehand, he passes to the inside. Gravedigger on the run. He got there. He made the save. Super Jules has it on the forehand. He passes. Gravedigger again on the run. He makes another save.
Oh,
that one fell short. Tremendous effort by both players. Point and match to Super Jules.
Last year's defending champion knocked out in the quarterfinals. Super Jules moving on. He'll take on Ari in the semis. So we have our semifinalists set in singles. We will be playing one more round of singles after we finish up the quarterfinal round of doubles. That's beginning next with Machina 43 and Lhasa taking on Gino and Hot Toddy. So we have the 3 quarterfinal matchups in doubles, then the 2 semifinal matches in singles, and that will conclude the action for today.
And then tomorrow, Andrew, guess what? We had so much fun getting here in rush hour traffic on a Friday morning in Miami that we're going to try Saturday non-traffic getting to the Fronton, which allows for those of us living in Broward County to maybe leave like 20 minutes later,
And
half
that's
hour later.
Same start time tomorrow, 10
10
a.m. Eastern time.
10 a.m. But you're going to notice a little difference in the type of highlight that's being played. World Supercourt begins tomorrow.
That's an invitational.
That is invitational.
Yeah, so you gotta know the right people. You gotta be the right people, and
Well, when you say you got to know the right people, you're continuing something really kind of ugly and highlight. So you don't have to know the right people. You just got to be.
You got to be the right people. And we're ready to go here with. There's a serve by Lasso. We begin. Todd on the outside, backhand. Right at Makina's feet, he steps up to take it in the air. Todd has it off the sidewall, will bowl it inside. Herbote comes shooting out, saved by Makina, great control. Picked up at the 10 line by Todd, sends it deep. Makina again has it overhead. Scoop.
Beautiful scoop.
By Todd, back of the 10 line, powerful throw, hits high off the back wall. Lassa running out of space, saves the rebote. Ooh, Gino ran out of real estate on the inside and dropped it. First point to Makina and Lassa.
Yeah, that area narrows greatly between the ball and the side wall quick. That's what happened there.
All missed off the serve. The ace makes it 2-0.
So Lassa mentioned that he did have shoulder surgery. It looks like it improved.
Todd opens up with that left side. It's dropping low. Makina does take it in the air again. Outside placement, not outside enough, but it's tipped in the front court.
Gets tip of Lassa Sesta.
Gino and Todd get their first point. Oh, well played serve, and ace. Makes it 2-2, tied up.
So the cross, players crossing in front. It's not so much dirty or you just want to get out of the way so the guy can make the catch. And
Todd from deep in the backcourt comes over the top, crossing the wall. Makina waits for it at the 11 line. Oh, bullet, tough catch. Todd's got it again. Over the top, looking for the big bounce over their heads. Makina reaching up, not gonna let him pass. Now Todd from the left side, backhand again. A little more power, but Makina's there to take it in. Todd from the right side, back to the inside. Here's Makina deep in the backcourt, floats one up. Back to Todd. Todd again now, between the 11 and 12. Floats it back up the middle. Makina's got it on the right side. Back inside, Gino. Tip ball, looking to cut it off. Just dropped it.
pretty rare miss for Gino. He's usually spot on with those. Again, just over his cesta.
Down low ball to the inside. What a beautiful catch by Makina. Ripped it off the side wall. Todd comes over the top. Big bounce. Looking to catch him under the bridge. Makina backs all the way up. The black shirts may be under the bridge. Good save by Todd. Lassa, quick bounce catch. Cortada shot and scoring. Great combination. Brings it to a 4-2 lead.
No question. Lassa read that beautifully. Put it right past the front quarter. Dropped it well in front of the back quarter. Well done by Lassa.
Todd takes it up off the floor. Low runner inside. Scoop.
Beautiful scoop.
By Machina. Now Todd from the 11. Backhand. To the inside. Brought in by Machina again. This one a little more power. Passing both black shirts. Gino diving save. Not going to play that one. 5 points and a possible match point for Machina and Lassa.
Just consistent play, consistent catching and throwing. Lassa made the shots when he needed to make them. Did it well.
Todd from the 11, low runner to the inside, scooped up by Machina, backhand, just clears the screen. Gino on the rebote, slaps it up from the right side. Machina attacks up at the 6, high and hard. Todd takes off, looking for the rebote, great save to keep it going. Machina looking to close it out, forehand to the inside, stopped again by Todd. Rebote inside, Todd. From the 11, sends it high and deep, past both blue shirts. Rebote saved again. Rebote left side, hooked up the middle. Gino steps out of the way. Todd looking for the big bounce. Crosses the wall, Machina goes up, makes a nice catch. Gino now sends it right back to him. Backhand up the middle. Gino ducks. Scoop missed. Rebote, though, saved on the back end. Lassa from the left side. Low runner on the wall. That scores for the win. Point and match. Lassa and Machina win it 6-2. So congratulations to the team of Lassa and Machina 43. They're advanced to the semifinals to be played on Sunday. Doubles semifinals and championships along with the singles championship will be played on Sunday. Because tomorrow is the qualifying day for the World Supercourt.
Yes, it is.
2 groups of action, 15 qualifying matches in each group. So we have 30 7-point matches tomorrow, Stu, with some of the best talent in the world. So it's going to be a great day and a long day of highlight for sure, but we're all looking forward to it here.
And early night tonight with 2 serves tomorrow.
Early night. We got football tonight, Stu. I don't know how early it'll be. That was cool. How about the delay last night? It cost me an hour of sleep, you know? What a shame.
What delay?
And a lightning delay in Philadelphia for the football game. Don't worry.
Look, if I'm flying into Philadelphia, I might know about a lightning delay. If there's something
there were some folks
at
here that maybe know, but let's get back to it. We can get back to this. So
look,
we got
7
Rastak
seconds
and
to go.
Petro taking on Armenta and Ari. Rastak and Petro taking on Armenta and Ari. And Rastak and Petro, remember, are winners in this doubles tournament last year. There's the serve, ready to begin.
There's a backhand by Ari. Rebote coming out. Ari midcourt. Powerful forehand will pass. Petro winds up. Armenta on the forehand. Powerful right side. Took off and hit the overhead screen. That is out of play. First point for Rostock and Petro. Rostock serves.
Yeah, Armenta going with that high three-wall play. Again, sometimes you give it a little too much power. You can send it into the overhead screen and out of play. You throw it lower, makes it a more difficult catch and less chance that your opponent can play it off the rebote. See what they adjust to next time.
Petro on the backhand. Ari rebote at the side wall. That will land between both players. We're tied up, 1-1. Armenta serves.
Yeah, Rastak telling Petro, look, not much we can do right there. It kind of floated on him and died off the front wall, so kind of forget about it and move on to the next point. All you can do.
Here's the backhand by Petro. Rebote left side by Ari. That stays in play. Here's the catch by Petro. Backhand. Ari from the 9 line. Backhand to the inside. Ball tipped by Armenta at the 7 line. 2 points for Rostock and Petro. Rostock has the serve.
I love the energy from Armenta, but a little more difficult to make the catch when you're leaping and moving across court than when you're planted on your own 2 feet. Again, you love it, but just stay down makes it a little bit easier for him next time.
There's a backhand by Ari. Powerfully thrown to the inside. Caught by Petro. Ari's there. Backhand from the 10. Rebote not coming out. That point goes to Armenta and Ari. We are tied 2-2. Backhand by Petro to the inside. Ari takes it in the air. Backhand from the 9 line. Powerfully thrown. Petro from the 11. Armenta, backhand. Here's the backhand by Petro. Ari's there. Petro now from the forehand. Ball missed on the forehand of Armenta. This point goes to Rostock and Petro. They lead 3-2. There's Ari on the backhand to the inside, powerfully thrown. Petro, fine catch. Ari rebote left side to the inside. Rostock's on it. Outside placement will score.
Great shot there.
4 points for Rostock and Petro. Rostock has the serve.
And Rostock and Petro, I mean, 3 of their 4 points have been off of unforced errors from their opponent. I mean, 2 missed catches and 1 ball up in the overhead screen. That's the first one that they've really gotten by their opponents. And a nice outside placement. So tough to read that ball when you throw it directly off the front wall.
There's a backhand by Ari. Low runner to the inside, scooped up beautifully by Petro. Ari from the 9 line, backhand. Petro's there. Rebote not coming out. Good effort by Armenta to try to get there. This point goes to Rostock and Petro. Rostock has the serve. 5 points, possible match point.
Yeah, again, you love the effort diving back for it, but it just died off the back wall again. We've seen it countless times today, but it's so tough to adjust in such a short period of time.
Ari on the catch, backhand, powerfully thrown, and scoring. That's a 3rd point for Armenta and Ari. Still possible match point for Rostock and Petro. Good serve by Armenta. Here's Petro. Scoop by Ari. Here's the backhand to the inside. Rebote save by Petro. Had the distance. Here's Armenta all the way up front. Outside placement goes wide. Point and match to Rostock and Petro, winning it 6-3.
Great save there by Petro, and then Armenta. Again, a couple of mistakes in this match, going for the outside placement, but outside of play. Rostock and Petro back into the semifinals, looking to repeat as champions. So they'll take on Alasa and Machina. Still related to Jai-Alai, but that's a different thing. Lhasa and Machina take on Rostock and Petro. Goya and Beach will take on the winner of our last quarterfinal. I'll be ruling TB Matt against Toto and Gravedigger. Top right portion of the bracket. After this doubles match, we will go back over to singles, play the semifinals in singles, and then we're done. So this will be our final doubles match today. We will conclude this action on Sunday in conjunction with the finals of the World Supercourt. We'll get you more information on that at the end of today and also throughout the day tomorrow. We're ready to begin our next match. Rule serves to Toto and Gravedigger. There's the serve. We begin. Ooh, kind of wonky serve, kicking off the side wall and scoring. I'll get Rule and TB Matt on the board first.
Yeah, that ball dies coming out of the service box.
Backhand coming up the middle. Nice catch by TB Matt. Fires it inside, crosses the wall. Here's Gravedigger. Toto will bow it. TB Matt, clean miss. Rebote. Not there. TB Matt, good stop on the left side, puts it on the wall. Good scoop in the corner by Gravedigger. Now TB Matt up at the 8, backhand to the inside. Gravedigger overran it and not enough power to reach the front wall as he lunged back for it. 2-4 Rule and TB Matt.
Gravedigger's got great court familiarity, especially here at Magic City. He let that one pass. Would have expected that he would have, I don't know, would have known that wasn't coming out.
Toto cuts off the serve, delivers a big backhand. Both players there, and TB Matt saves the rebote. Gravedigger fires it back. TB Matt on the right side. Back inside, cut off by Toto. Rule rebote hooked and off the court. Not a play. 2-2, tied up.
TB Matt really aggressive from the backcourt, moving up on the ball. Good communication here between Rule and TB Matt.
Forehand dropping to the inside, tipped. Gives Rule and TB Matt a third point. They retake the lead.
Yeah, just a straight up miss there by Toto on the left side. He's
Gravedigger puts it on the wall. TB Matt, tip ball. 3-3, trading points.
Heard it so many times this weekend with guys who have been trained by different people, but old teachers now long past saying the sidewall is there for more than keeping the ball from going to the parking lot. Imagine having that screamed at you for like 10 years.
That backhand clips a bit. Toto goes up to cut it off, fires it to the inside. TB Matt, leaping grab at the 11. Toto sends it back. TB Matt waiting for it on the right side. To the inside. Great control by Gravedigger.
Rule try to get in there.
Drop ball by Rule on the inside. It's going to give Toto and Gravedigger a 4-3 lead.
Rule has shown that he's more than capable of making these catches. Again, if you get cold after a while and your back quarter is doing all the work or your front quarter is doing all the work, catching becomes that much more difficult.
A little traffic there in the backcourt. TB Matt comes away, sends it deep, right back to Gravedigger. TB Matt advancing on it, sends it outside. It's going to land in. Toto stays with it.
Good save.
Beautiful rebote by Toto. And it scores on the return. 5 points possible. Match point here for Toto and Gravedigger.
Yeah, Toto got to that ball well, had good situational awareness with respect to where the front wall was, kept it in play.
Hard backhand to the inside. Good catch by Gravedigger. This one dropping in the corner, and it scores for the win. Point and match. Toto and Gravedigger win it 6-3. They advance to the semi. Take a look at this final throw here. Backhand to the inside. It's a good one. Yeah, you see TB Matt backing up. Not a lot of space there, and it's a tip ball.
TB Matt played well, though.
Yeah,
played really well. Got to give him credit. Got to give him a lot of credit.
With that, let's take a look at our doubles bracket because we are done with all doubles play today. We have our 4 semifinalists. Lhasa and Machina 43 take on Rastock and Petro. And then Toto and Gravedigger will take on Goya and Beach. Again, those semifinal matches will be played on Sunday. There's that bracket. And you see the 4 teams advancing.
What a beautiful bracket.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, Stu.
Andrew over here typing away furiously. I'm trying to get another comment from Andres in the headset.
5 seconds away from our first of 2 singles semifinals. We got Tevin against Rastock. What a matchup here. Tevin will serve. There's our singles bracket again.
This is an old Connecticut matchup. I mean, like someone hit a time machine button.
Yes, Tevin against Rastock first, then Ari will take on Super Jules. 2 matches left today, folks.
Just need our other judge. It's CRB. CRB, you know, CRB's got his own rhythm, whether he's judging or playing, so he's here.
Okay,
we're
wait, we got time, Chad. Yeah.
Is it me? Oh. There's the backhand by Tevin to the inside. Robote, forehand by Rostock. Tevin moves up, takes a look, sends it deep. That's not coming out. First point for Tevin. Off the chick-chack. He serves.
It was a good throw there by Tevin, too. That one not coming out far enough to be played on the rebote, kind of dying back in the corner. Rastock was running with it. Just couldn't make any play.
Here's the backhand by Rostock to the inside, dropping. Tevin gets there. Backhand from the 7 line. Rostock, forehand rebote, keeps it in play. Here's Tevin from the 6. 2 pass. Rostock cuts up. Rebote to the inside, very much inside.
Oh,
Tevin with a reach. That's a nice grab. Here's Rostock, backhand from the 10. Not passing Tevin. Backhand. Rebote forehand over the head of Tevin. Tough one, big bounce. Brought off the wall by Tevin. There's the backhand. Rebote forehand by Rostock. Robote left side. Here's the catch by oh, my. Oh. Point for Rostock. Tevin on the catch. Here's the backhand. Powerful backhand. Robote, left side by Rostock. Little clip. Tevin's got it on the forehand. Karam, 1-2. It scores. Tevin leads 2-1. He serves.
Best opportunity of the day right here. You see Tevin makes the catch in the middle of the court. He can see where Rostock is, backing up to the inside. One place to throw it. Off the sidewall first, and it scores.
That ball crosses the
Perfect.
sidewall at the 11 line and scores. Beautiful serve by Tevin. Tevin has 3 points. Rostock with 1. Tevin serves.
And that ball is crossing the sidewall right where Rostock is trying to make that catch. Perfect serve. Now a 2-point lead.
Tevin from the 8 line. Rostock's there. Change up. Tevin's on it. Reaches out from the forehand, takes a look, sends it back for that 3-wall play. Rostock to the outside, not far enough. Checks again and scores. Tevin has 4 and the serve.
It was such a smart throw.
He's a smart player.
I mean, he's all on it. Look, and he sees that he can get the ball over Rostock's head, and if he can kick it off the back wall, no chance Rostock could continue the rally, and you can see it right there. Second bounce and a 4th point for Tevin.
Beautiful catch by Rostock. Here's Tevin from the left side. Winds up. Costello 2-all to score. 5 points. Possible match point for Tevin.
Now this time from the left side. Costado, shoulder level throw, 2-wall, side wall, front wall, lands in and goes towards the outside of the court. Perfect execution. One more for Tevin to claim his spot in the championship.
Here's the backhand by Rostock. Tevin on the catch. Fine save by Rostock. He keeps that in play. Tevin on the move will go for it on the forehand. Sends it back again. Robote forehand. This one missed. Point and match to Tevin. Tevin will advance to the finals on Sunday.
Back-to-back finals appearances for Tevin, looking to claim the championship for the first time this year. Will it be Artie or Super Jules? Well, about a minute till we find out here. This, Stu, will be our final match of the day.
In advance of World Super Court tomorrow. Can't miss an opportunity like that, Andrew.
We're just getting started with the highlight this weekend.
Oh yeah, this is how we're kicking off Battle Court, Fall Battle Court 2025. Kick off Fall Battle Court 2025 with World Super Court 2025. Best players in the world all here at Magic City tomorrow. 10 a.m. start time.
Gonna crown a best doubles team in the world, Stu. So watch live, join us if you can.
It's been Douglas and Benny. It's been Sherry and Aratz more than once, I think. Last year, Jairo and Lopez. Tomorrow, we have to see.
Yeah, a couple new teams, a couple new faces, and actually, we've done groups of 5 before. Now it's groups of 6, so a couple extra matches. It's more highlight action. Everyone excited for that tournament. Tomorrow, beginning 10 a.m. Eastern time, right here. You can watch live if you're in the South Florida area or here on YouTube. Ari versus Super Jules, 1 spot left in the championship. We will see who takes it.
Andrew, I would be honored if you would announce this last game.
I appreciate that, Stu. I'll take it. Thank you.
And also if you came to the practices next year.
I'll be there.
That was a shot. I'm sorry. They want to see you. Everybody's asking, where's Andrew? Where's Andrew? All right, it's beginning.
Backhand to the inside. Forehand to the inside. Scoop missed by Ari. Super Jules. It's the first point here of our semifinal.
Just tipped. Oh, God.
Well, runner to the inside, scooped up by Super Jules. Big backhand follows. Ari darting to the inside, lays it up. Super Jules advancing, gets there before the second bounce and just powers it inside again. Rebote, a little too high, up at the overhead screen and out of play. Super Jules with 2.
Super Jules has been doing a fantastic job today. I mean, a spectacular job, just court positioning. He's constantly in position. He's had a couple misses, but only a few early on. As he's gotten warmed up, he's just played better.
Rebote left side, big backhand, backs already up. Costado, 2-wall, it opens, and it's scored.
Well done. Well done. Very well done.
High bouncing serve. Super Jules gets up there. Up at the 8. High to the inside. Ari looking for that rebote. Tough one. Saved on the right side. Super Jules advancing from the 7. Powers it low and hard. What a grab by Ari. The backhand, though, not enough. That caught the pad.
All his energy was moving into the catch, not into the throw, and just could not get anything behind it. Literally, you're just swinging your arms, trying to get some play off it. Super Jules leads 3-1.
Ari low runner, taken in the air this time by Super Jules. Soft cortada, it'll hit the second bounce.
It's well done.
4-1 lead.
You find the spot where your opponent's not, that's where you put it if you can. That's exactly what Super Jules does here. Ari is mobile. He's just not moving forward enough. Inside placement scores.
Ari, strong backhand pulled in by Super Jules. He goes deep. Into the Chula, dug out by Ari. Super Jules back inside. Great catch overhead. Beautiful control. Backhand clears. Now Ari coming back for it. Another
two
diving
fall downs.
save.
Oy. That can't feel good.
Oh, and it's
but
dropped.
It scores.
Good effort pays off for Ari. That's his second point. He'll serve.
When Ari got up from the first one, he just had a look on his face like, I really don't want to do that again. Then he did it again the very next throw. It's, yeah, it feels different in your 40s than it does, in your 20s. Because, we see Douglas slamming himself on the floor.
All the time.
Yeah.
Super Jules keeps this one a little bit lower. Tough rebote. One-hand save. That's in the pad. 5 points for Super Jules. Possible match point.
Yeah, you got to know that Ari's tired if he didn't go for that ball on the catch and let it go to the rebote. Rebotes here are kind of unpredictable.
Ari, bullet to the inside, missed by Super Jules. That'll keep things going here. Ari with 3.
Again, this is the last match of the day in advance of World Supercourt tomorrow.
Ball missed off the serve. That's 4 for Ari.
Still possible match point here for Super Jules, but Ari sneaking back here.
High bouncer again. Super Jules takes this one at the 9. Back inside. Ari's there. Long costado. Straight to the outside. Super Jules is on it. Karam from Super Jules.
Opens wide and scores.
For
well
the
done.
win.
Well done.
Point and match. Super Jules advances to the finals. He'll take on Tevin on Sunday. So that will conclude the highlight action for today. Let's take a look at those brackets before we depart and take another look at this final sequence. Outside placement, not enough. And Super Jules not wasting any time here, not taking another chance. He throws the carom, it opens beautifully.
Well done.
Scores for the win.
Very well done.
So let's take a look at the brackets here. Singles now up to the finals. Tevin will take on Super Jules here in the Masters division.
It'll be Sunday. Sunday's a noon start time.
Yes, Sunday noon will be the first match on Sunday.
We'll figure out what it is.
that will,
It's
I believe
Supercourt
it'll be
versus
World Supercourt.
Usnjac.
Yeah, there'll be World Supercourt matches on Sunday. There will be U.S. National Highlight Championship matches on Sunday. Kind of woven in there so we can give everyone ample time to rest and recover, so we can put on a great performance here. There's the doubles bracket there. Machina 43 and Lhasa will take on Rastak and Petro. And then in the other semifinal, Toto and Gravedigger take on Goya and Beach.
That, ladies and gentlemen, will do it for the 2025 U.S. National Jai-Alai Championship Masters Division. Don't forget that tomorrow, that is Saturday, we will play World Supercourt beginning at 10 a.m. The best doubles teams in the world of Jai-Alai, all here at Magic City, including some of your favorites. Lopez is back, defending champions. Jairo and Lopez tomorrow. Gosheri and Arats, Douglas and Benny, all your favorites right here tomorrow. We hope you join us. That's 10 a.m. tomorrow with finals on Sunday. On behalf of the players, staff, and management, Magic City Jai-Alai, Battle Court Jai-Alai, and the World Jai-Alai League, as well as Andrew and myself, we thank you for joining us today and hope to see you bright and early tomorrow, 10 a.m. for World Supercourt. Have a good day, everyone.
I'll be here tomorrow, but in case I didn't get a chance to see you.
A pleasure.
I'll tell Chuck to...
Please tell Chuck I said hi. Please. Please send my love.